Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution, and we got to answer a simple question here today, y'all. First of all, be sure to wipe your feet. You're in the House of Revolution. That means hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. But let's answer a simple question. Is Kamala Harris, the Greek freak, is she a colonizer? Do she have colonial traits? Do she act like her colonial ancestors? Well, we're going to find out. Let's dig right into the information I got today. And let's start with the first piece of information that will point to her being a colonizer, something that shocked me today, y'all. I didn't know Kamala Harris stole the catalog from the great Nina Simone from her family and turned it over to white people. That's what colonizers do.
My skin is black.
That's Nina Simone singing right there. Y'all heard that song get sampled by Jay-Z in the story of OJ. But you know that Nina Simone's daughter and granddaughter and family did not get the royalties to that. Neither did they have any say-so in Nina Simone's documentary in her movie, because Kamala Harris in 2013, do you know that she took Nina Simone's estate from her daughter, from her granddaughter? Yeah, the same Kamala Harris that we all see running on the sister girl this, sister girl that. In 2013,
now this is very disgusting. Colonial tendencies, like her colonizing descendants on both sides of her family who own slaves. She don't want us to have shit, but we do know it's a fact that they have ripped off the catalogs of all our greats. If you name one of our greats, the catalog have been stolen in their death. I don't care who you name, from B.B. King to Biggie and Pac and all the rap, they all got their stuff swiped. From Michael Jackson to Whitney Houston to Prince, Sam Cooke, everybody got ripped off. Now Kamala Harris in 2013, she helped them rip off Nina Simone's estate right out of her family's hand and turn it over to white people. And what I have learned is her husband, we've been wondering about old Doug. Why people not looking into him? Well, I seen one comment said that he was a royalty lawyer. So guess what? He now is over royalties and estates and things of that nature. He a small head too, y'all.
She charged Nina Simone's daughter with improper use of funds of Miss Nina Simone's estate. And it's alleged that her daughter used $2 million, around $2 million for personal reasons. Kamala Harris's Attorney General office came in and they took the estate by fining Nina Simone's daughter over $6 million in penalty fees for what she did, or what they alleged that she did. And instead of going around and working with her, instead of finding a way and saying, hey, pay restitution, she took the estate of Miss Nina Simone and gave it to white people. And yes, so the estate of one of the most pro-black, downright strong for Black America sisters estate is being run by white people because of Kamala Harris. They went so far as, if you guys saw Nina Simone's movie, do you remember the big uproar that they had over Zoe Saldana playing Nina Simone? Yeah, that was done by the people that took over the estate after Kamala Harris assigned it to them. Does this woman on screen look like this woman on screen? Does Zoe Saldana look anything like Nina Simone? So no, the family did not get to benefit from the movie. And this was all done just before her movie was released. And they started to re-release a lot of Nina Simone music and things from the past. So yeah, right when it came time to produce and to really reintroduce Nina Simone back to the world, Kamala Harris took the estate from her daughter And so that is just a little bit of a eye peek into who she is. She's someone who runs black, talks black when it's convenient, but when it's time to, she attacks black.
Well,
And Kamala Harris has a long history here in California of targeting black people to attack. This is just one of many cases. You're going to find out more from me. In the meantime, I'm Dewan B. Y'all stay tuned.
Salute to that brother. Salute to that brother. But let's look a little deeper into this story. Let's hear the great Simone family speak on this, because this was very shocking to me that Kamala Harris had the nerve to continue the legacy to rip off the catalog from our people after they passed. Worked hard to make them catalogs worth millions, then rip it out their hands so the family can't make anything. The small hats keep everything.
Amazing performance on a ABC special for Juneteenth. Happy belated Juneteenth. Hope you guys enjoyed it. They were doing all kinds of fireworks last night. I'm changing up lyrics. Feeling good, the Nina Simone song. So a lot of people are being critical because a lot of people like to be critical of Chloe Bailey, because Chloe Bailey started in this business very young on YouTube. So people are not used to her being an adult and showing off her sensuality. So a lot of people were criticizing Chloe for her performance, even though it was just this very different interpretation of the song, and it was very sensual. Well, Nina Simone's granddaughter came out in her defense, saying that her grandmother would approve. She said her grandmother, if you know anything about her, would approve of this sort of interpretation of her song. She was all about freedom of speech, freedom of expression. So, of course, the granddaughter of Nina Simone came out in support of Chloe Bailey. But then she decided to use that moment, oh my goodness, to come at our Vice President, Kamala Harris. If you don't remember, Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of California. Let me just get my details in front of me so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. So this is what the granddaughter said about Kamala Harris. So these are some of the tweets that Rihanna Simone Kelly posted. And she really went in. Let me come to the side. So she said, as I said before, ask her why. She's referring to Vice President Kamala Harris. She separated my family. Ask her why my grandmother's estate is in shambles now. Ask her why we as her family no longer own the rights to anything. Ask her why she bullied my mother in court and my mom almost killed herself from the depression. Ask her why my mother had a gag order put on her and cannot speak on these things. Ask her why she didn't even want my mom to be able to say she was Nina Simone's daughter. Ask her why she wanted us to walk away with nothing. My grandmother created something beautiful with her life while she was here on earth, even through all of her pain. I am so proud of her legacy. I am so proud to be her grandchild, but I feel separated from my legacy as if it's even mine. Let me explain. My grandmother is influencing the masses as she should. I see her on billboards. I see artists covering her music. It breaks my heart to know that white people are making money off of grandma's hard work that we have had all of our rights as her family stripped from us. Okay. So a lot of people were like, what? Kamala Harris did what?
Yes. Sister girl, Greek freak, sorority sister Kamala Harris ripped off the catalog of the great singer, ripped her catalog off, made sure her family got nothing, and that the small hats got everything. I was shocked. We just trying to see, does she have colonizer tendencies? But also seeing this, I got to present this piece of evidence. Amazon is already starting to remove books that's critical of her. You see, they want to erase her history. That's why we got to document all this stuff.
Caleb Maupin is a journalist and political analyst, founder of the Center for Political Innovation. And back in 2020, he wrote a book called Kamala Harris and the Future of America. Interestingly, here we are in 2024. The book has been out there for sale. People could buy it on Amazon, on Lulu, right? All these other places. And interestingly, just the other day, Amazon censors the book. You can't get it off of Amazon anymore. I wonder why. Why is that? Caleb Maupin, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Sure. Glad to be here.
So, what do you think it is about your book, Kamala Harris and the Future of America, that has Amazon so afraid? Why would they censor your book?
Well, that's very interesting. So the book has been on sale for 4 years. It's never had any issue. It got some good reviews when it came out. You can read the reviews on Goodreads. You can also read the review on Morningstar. I wrote it in September of 2020. And we all know that on Sunday, Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race. Monday, it seemed like Kamala Harris started getting the treatment of being the presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party. And Monday evening, I got an email telling me there was an issue with one of the books on my Amazon KDP, book publishing account. And I thought, well, that's odd. What is it? Well, and they said that there was an issue with the cover of the book. And I thought that was odd because there hasn't been an issue for 4 years, but it gave me the option of just fixing the cover, of just putting up a new cover. They said there was a copyright issue with the cover. So I immediately went to the site and I figured, with all the buzz about Kamala Harris, I want to just get this book right out there. So I put a completely generic cover on the book, one of their templates, just with the name, and my name is the author. Boom, resubmitted. And then I went back and checked, and it was as if I had never submitted it. And so I went back again, and I did the same thing. And an hour later, it was right back as if I'd never submitted it. And the odd thing is, occasionally, if you use the Amazon publishing system, there'll be a little bit of a snafu with one of your books or something. What generally happens is that while there's an adjustment issue, it'll remain on the Amazon website, but then there will be a notice below it, currently not available. But that's not what happened with this book. This book never existed. It's been completely scrubbed from Amazon.com. It's not currently unavailable. It's not unlisted. It takes you, all the links that once led to this page lead to a page with a cute little puppy on it that says, sorry, this page cannot be found. This is pretty unbelievable. This book has been completely scrubbed. Now, as far as the issues with the cover, this cover was independently designed. The creator is Arthur Porter, whose name is actually on the back of the original edition of the book. So there shouldn't be any copyright concern with the cover. But even if there was, they should let me just re-upload it with a different cover. Yeah. But they didn't let me. So this pretty blatantly appears to be censorship. And the timing makes that pretty clear.
Do you think that they're saying, I think we all know why they've censored this book, because they're trying to protect Kamala Harris, but let's just give them the benefit of the doubt for a second. Is it because the image of Kamala is copyright by whoever took that picture?
Well, if that was the case, I could upload it with a blank cover, and they're not allowing me to do that. They are rejecting it every time I upload it with a blank cover. I have uploaded it with a blank cover about 6 times, and each time it shoots it right back to me. So clearly it's not an issue with the cover. Clearly it's something else. Max Blumenthal, if you look at his Twitter, he raised the question of whether this came from the White House, because apparently the way in which this book has been, taken down by Amazon matches what happened to a number of books related to the COVID issue during the pandemic that were removed at the direct request of the White House. So I don't know exactly what's going on here, but it's pretty clear they don't want this book up with any cover. So right now I've got it up on Lulu, which is another, book publishing online outlet. And this has created quite a firestorm. There's a few things I must say. First of all, this book is not a partisan hit piece, right? I'm above that, right? I didn't just throw everything at the, kitchen sink, everything but the kitchen sink at Kamala Harris. I wrote a book, an essay in 3 parts where I made 3 political points about much more than Kamala Harris. I raised awareness about aspects of our political system. It's divided into 3 parts. The first part is about how Kamala Harris grew up in the Berkeley New Left, the 1960s counterculture, the Bay Area. Her parents met at anti-war protests. Her father is a Marxist economist. Her parents were most likely involved in some kind of communist organization when they met. And at that time, in the aftermath of the fall of McCarthyism, the early 60s, during that time, there was a big effort by the American government to fund and manipulate left-wing activism. The American government, the CIA, and others were funding leftist activism and manipulating it. And that's where Kamala Harris, that's how she emerged. She emerged from that milieu. The second essay talks about her father, which nobody talks about. The reason I wrote the book is, you remember when Barack Obama was running for president? We knew everything there was to know about him. We knew about his mother, Ann Dunham. We knew about his father from Kenya. We knew about his grandparents. We knew about him living in Indonesia and what school he went to. We learned about his pastor, Jeremiah Wright. But no one knows anything about Kamala Harris. I mean, nothing. No one talks about anything. And if you look into the fact that her father, Donald Harris, a Marxist economist who taught at Stanford University, is estranged from her and denounced her 2020 presidential campaign after she made remarks about Jamaicans smoking marijuana. When you dig into that, there's quite a story there about Kamala Harris and how it was that she went from being raised by Marxist parents to being the most vicious prosecutor. I think I call her the queen of mass incarceration, if you look over her record. And then the third part is about geopolitics and how there are divisions within the American elite. And it's very clear that Kamala Harris was selected by the faction that ran the State Department under Hillary Clinton's leadership under the first term of Barack Obama. And there were divisions between Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Barack Obama replaced Hillary Clinton with John Kerry. His foreign policy dramatically shifted in his second term. And that Kamala Harris has been groomed and selected by the Hillary Clinton faction, which, you know, Anne Marie Slaughter is kind of the intellectual behind that. And they've selected her for certain reasons. And that's what my book is about. It's not wild conspiracy theories. Everything that I wrote is according to other sources. I cite Reason Magazine and their great research about what an awful attorney general she was. I cite New Yorker Magazine and their reporting on what went on in the Obama White House and the conflicts between Hillary Clinton and Obama. I cite all kinds of very credible sources. Donald Harris's own words, the Reflections of a Jamaican Father essay that he wrote when his daughter ran for president and he denounced her campaign. Everything I wrote is completely above board and completely credible. And this is blowing up quite big right now. And I must say, you know, yes, I work for RT. I've met Russian President Vladimir Putin a couple times, but no Russian had anything to do with this book, right? I wrote this purely of my own doing. I wrote it 4 years ago because I came across information about Kamala Harris's life and I went and fact checked it and I started investigating and digging. No Russian had anything to do with this book. This book is not Russian propaganda in any conceivable way. And I think if I had spoken to my Russian friends about doing it, they would have probably tried to persuade me not to publish the book. They would have told me, don't do that. Don't rock the boat. You're only going to get in trouble. So this book is not Russian propaganda. It's not a Russian conspiracy. And it's not a partisan hit piece. It's 3 essays, or I guess an essay in 3 parts, on American politics, American foreign policy, psychology, the background of Kamala Harris, and how we got where we are. That's what the book is. And apparently Amazon thinks that it shouldn't be out there.
Seems like you'd have a lawsuit against Amazon. This seems like election meddling. I mean, it was bad enough for them to remove all the COVID stuff that they thought was misinformation. That was really bad. But it's, I think, even worse when they start interfering in elections like this, when they're not allowing the voting base to learn about the candidate who we are potentially to or not vote for in November. I mean, why shouldn't we be able to know about all of her background? Why would they rip this off of the internet so that we can't we can't buy it, we can't read it? I mean, this is what election meddling looks like.
Yes, I have discussed with some others about the potential for this being an FEC violation, a Federal Election Commission violation. If you're removing books about one candidate while allowing all kinds of books that are critical of other candidates, there's a million I Hate Donald Trump books on there, but they removed one of the only books written criticizing Kamala Harris. There's a more recent book that came out, but this book is the original critique of Kamala Harris book. If you're removing critical content of one candidate and allowing critical content of others, that's election meddling. That's election interference. That's partisan behavior. And Amazon is an ultra monopoly. Let's remember that. They're not just some corner bookstore that decides, oh, we want this book, we don't want that book. Amazon is an ultra monopoly, and they are using their power to manipulate elections. This looks blatant. This is an effort to silence and censor criticism of Kamala Harris, and it came right as she became what the media is heralding as the presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party. Right. We'll have to see what happens.
Well, and that's why it's so damning. I mean, this book has been out there for 4 years, and they just now decide to silence it and censor it and take it down when she's the presumptive Democratic nominee, and they're all trying to rally, circle the wagons around an unliked candidate who's never received a single vote for president. She's never received a single vote for president. And yet they've circled the.
What her history gonna show is she used being extra aggressive with black people to get in the good favor of rich white elite and the bankers who loved her private prison programs and locking people up for small crimes. And they said they loved the slave labor. She stepped on black people for business reasons. That's what make her extra disgusting.
The wagons, you know, she didn't make it in the 2020 primary. She never made it to any of the primaries. So no one's ever voted for this person. And now they've got this gaslighting campaign of trying to tell us, well, the polls put her neck and neck or even above Donald Trump. You've got Chuck Schumer coming out saying ridiculous things like, well, the process is played out from the grassroots bottom up. Kamala Harris is the one. Like, what grassroots bottom up process did we have in selecting this nominee? Hey guys, this was just a clip of a longer show.
Grassroots, nobody picked her. You see, all that is a lie. All that's a lie. We even gonna look into. I told you the fundraising even was a myth. Just big donors funded a lot. They try to make it seem like people just flooded money from all over the place. Nah, that's nonsense.
You who they are, believe them. When the people show you who they are, believe them. That's Kamala.
Someone asked me, what do I think about Kamala Harris, and do I think that she should be voted for? Do I think the black community, do I think people, Christians even, should be voting for her? And I said, absolutely not. The question reply was, what, you don't want to support the black woman? Well, a couple of things. Do I think she's black? Yeah, she's black. Whatever definition that you want to use, whatever metric you want to use for a person being black, she is black. Now, she identifies with whatever is convenient. One moment she will identify as being Indian. The next moment she would identify as being African-American. Is she black? Yes. Is she African-American? Whatever the definition of that is, no. But black, yes. But that's beside the point. Do you think that your mother, if you are black, your black mother, your black grandmother, your black great-grandmother would identify with her? Would you think that their values matched up with hers? I'm going to deal with a couple of things in just a second. One, with her past track record as a DA and so forth, attorney general, but then also kind of where she stands even as a vice president. And so I think it's appropriate, at least right now, just to go back and revisit something from my favorite Pentecostal preacher, that is our good brother, Bishop Wooden.
Don't you let them, because you see, these people have an agenda, and their agenda, one of the things is to get rid of the church. To get rid of the church, to have abortion on demand, to the promotion of all things LGBTQ. You know, Kamala Harris, she's running for the vice presidency. I call her Miss Lock Up a Brother, for when she was the AG in California, a Negro knew, a black man knew that he was dead in the water. He was dead in the water. Matter of fact, you don't need a trial. You might well go into jail if you appear before her, because she took pride in locking up black folk. And now all of a sudden she's trying to be sister girl. I'm telling it. Check out her record. She locked us up left and right. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, you did, Kamala, however I should pronounce it, you did. And now we're supposed to forget all that stuff. And she boasted in California that she was one of the first. I got the tape queued, but my time's up today. One of the first I showed you Thursday night to perform a same-sex marriage. Y'all want to see it? You want to see it? Let it rip.
Let the rings exchanged and the vows declared symbolize your commitment, sincerity, and affection.
Yeah.
And may your love never falter.
May your love never falter.
By virtue of the power and authority vested in me by the state of California, I now declare you spouses for life.
Cut. Now that is who's supposed to deliver us. Now, are you crazy? I like what Maya Angelou says. She said, when the people show you who they are, believe them. That's Kamala. And let me tell you, anybody who's trying to turn America into Sodom and Gomorrah is not good for this nation. She's not good for the state, and she ain't good for black folk. We need husbands and wives. We need fathers. We need mothers. Men born male, women born female. We need real people.
So no, I'm not for her. I'm just like him. I'm not for her. Now, am I sitting there saying that I think that Donald Trump is the best candidate? He's the embodiment of what a good man should be, especially even a godly man? No, I don't think that at all. As a matter of fact, I don't think that we have a Christian there in Washington. I think that we're going to have one there. Now, I don't know, prayerfully either or both would repent and place their faith in Christ, and so that we can tell. But what we're doing is we're sending someone that is going to be a tool to make policies that would benefit us as Americans. And we'll talk about this later at some point in time about what America looks like. If you saw Washington, D.C. and other cities on yesterday, what was happening, it's something that you would have imagined that you would have seen in this country. But back to her, she is, as she says, as has been told, she is Miss Lock a Brother Up, as the bishop said. As a matter of fact, how her campaign, how her failed presidential campaign bid was derailed was because Tulsi Gabbard brought that up.
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting Black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
What's interesting about that is that she even lied about that. You know, listen, I get it. You're trying to make yourself popular and seem like you are in good with the people. But when they asked her, well, did you smoke? She said, yeah, I smoked and I inhaled. And they asked her, well, what songs did you listen to when you were getting high? And she said she was listening to Snoop Dogg and to Tupac. The problem was she was about 5, 6, 7 years prior to them coming out. And so, listen, she's showing us who she is.
She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris,
you did that all to seize power.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work.
When she talks about doing the work, remember, as a DA and as DA and Attorney General, she was the person that presided over California in terms of reducing the crimes, the sentences, and so forth, the charges for people who stole. So when you go to California, other places, and she says this became the national model, when you go to CVS or Walgreens or Walmart and you see certain things locked up, deodorant locked up, why? Because people would go in and steal these things and not get prosecuted. Where'd that model come from? That model came from San Francisco. That model came from California. So as a DA and Attorney General, we have her to thank for that, for district attorneys, for prosecutors not prosecuting what we would call petty crimes. Well, these things lead to even more brazen crimes, such as carjackings and things like that. And so, yeah, we do have Kamala Harris to thank for that.
Of being in the position to use the power that I had to reform a system that is badly in need of reform. That is why we created initiatives that were about reentering former offenders and getting them counseling. It is why, and because I know that criminal justice system is so broken, that I am an advocate for what we need to do to not only decriminalize, but legalize marijuana in the United States.
I want to bring Congresswoman Gabbard back in. Your response.
The bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Go and look up the name Carmont Connolly and Jamal Trueblood. These are people that were convicted of murder, one even on death row, and she stood even after she knew the evidence was tainted, even if she knows her office, she herself knew, and the judge said so. You knew that the investigators lied and planted evidence and so forth. You knew they lied, and she still, even after convictions overturned, she wondered, retry the case. This is who she is. As Bishop said, when they show you who they are, when they tell you who they are, believe them. Just like this issue with her performing same-sex marriages. Now, again, am I saying that Donald Trump is the patron saint for all Christians? No, I'm not. I'm not saying that at all. But in terms of policies, which policies can we point to that's either in her camp or his camp? Which policies can we point to that would say, you know what, these are without question sinful? These are unbiblical. These are ungodly. There might be some policies that we might disagree with, but in terms of being unbiblical and ungodly, well, those policies lie squarely in her hand, in her party. And so I don't care if someone says, well, Corey, you're being too political. Call it what you want to. Am I a Republican? No, I'm not. Am I a Democrat? No, but I do have eyes. I can see. I understand what the Bible says. I am not going to be one of those who are going to say good is evil and evil is good. Woe to you if you do so. Woe to you if you think that if you're okay with giving a wink and a nod simply because she happens to either be a woman or she has darker skin. Woe on you, because that's the kind of person that you want. Listen, if Donald Trump was that way, he would have to go to, I don't want anyone in government leading us that way. Now, do I think the world is going to be better off for either one? No, I know the direction of the world is going, but I would like to at least stem the tide a little bit. I would like to at least not let the boat sink so rapidly. I would love to have my children and my grandchildren to grow up in a world where it's not so chaotic, not so crazy, where people can actually afford to eat. Now, remember, we're talking about 4 years of one candidate versus 4 years of another. And so, no, I'm not for her. Again, this is not necessarily an endorsement of Donald Trump. It absolutely is not. As a matter of fact, he's had his past where he is claimed. And this whole issue, someone's going to bring up this issue with the Central Park Five. And remember, the people that actually brought this and stated that these Central Park Five, these guys were actually guilty, even though they made a movie. The person that did so, the lead attorneys and other people, and the lead detective and others, were black. Not all, but were black. And the difference between Donald Trump and his full page ad against them versus her is she was a prosecutor and she had access to the evidence and she knew better. Donald Trump at best was making a guess, but with her, she knew better. And to lock up 20-something thousand, 20,000 of them being black men in prison, am I okay with someone being harsh and tough on crime? Sure I am, but I'm also for them being fair. If you know someone is innocent, then fine. For some of these unjust sentences that she would promote, because this is, again, when you're a prosecutor, how do you rise in the ranks? Well, by prosecutions, by the amount of time that people have been sentenced to prison, and by monies seized, dollars and things like that seized. And so that's how you build your name. And so, no, I'm not for her. There's nothing that she's ever done that has ever benefited anybody in the history of the world, including black folks. And certainly has she never done anything to benefit the people of God. Has she benefited the people of the world? Sure. For the alphabet community? Sure. Has she benefited the people who are committing crimes? Sure she has. Has she done something to benefit people that come to this country illegally? Sure she has. So when someone wants to tell me that we ought to vote for this person or put our allegiance behind this person simply because she's black, simply because she's a woman, she doesn't look like any woman that I know, any black woman, any Christian woman that I know. Not my mother, not my wife, not my mother, not my grandmother. No one of any sort of repute, of any good reputation, does she remind me of anyone like that. And so, no, I don't think that anybody black, anybody white, any woman, especially any Christian, should vote for this woman. Is that too political? Well, if so, sorry.
From where I'm sitting, it looks like the Kamala Harris support has always been manufactured by the media. Watch as the fake news duplicate screens showing the same people over and over clapping in support of Kamala Harris.
Nobody supporting her.
Okay, so we're watching this Kamala
Pay
Harris
attention to what they just did on the screen.
And I don't know if anybody else noticed, but that all these people on Zoom. So this lady, it's also this lady. And this lady, it's also this lady.
It's crazy, man.
Oh, wait. And this lady,
They manufacturing
it's
support,
also
bro.
this lady. So who are these people?
Never forget, she didn't have no support. 1% of black people wanted her. They'll never get over that. More black people wanted Elizabeth Warren. That's why they're trying to fool people. So everybody's so excited, but you watch the YouTube video, black people not excited. We know what the boo they gonna do. They go for whoever the Democrats tell them to go for. Oh, she broke a record amount of donations, not from regular people, big business who was holding back money for Joe Biden. But they just showed you they got caught trying to pull a Zoom video with a bunch of women on there for her. Somebody paused it, screenshotted it, and looked at it. Man, they talking about thousands of women. Man, that's 100 women, man.
Mind you, we're gonna dive into how Kamala Harris really received those $100 million funds for a campaign. Those donations aren't just coming out of thin air, and the support isn't in ties the way that they're trying to edit it, right? As y'all saying, they're trying to edit the support. It's not as high, or it's not as exciting as they're trying to make it seem. But Kamala just released her first ad for the 2024 election. And Wokeness pointed out: 1, pride flags are waving. 2, hardly any white men. 3, Trump mugshot was featured. 4, abortion. I'm starting to feel good about our odds, is what he wrote.
The freedom not just to get by, but get ahead. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom to make decisions about your own body. We choose a future where no child lives in poverty, where we can all afford health care, where no one is above the law. We believe in the promise of America, and we're ready to fight for it. Because when we fight, we win. So join us. Go to KamalaHarris.com and let's get to work. I'm a kid.
And people look at this and go, oh, it's so empowering. Yes, she's also using Beyonce's song, Freedom. She's definitely making sure that, black people know that she's for them, and this, that, and this. Like, yo, dog. If you only knew how much division and extremism is being promoted, man. This type of stuff doesn't unite the nation. You're quite literally excluding so many different groups while trying to say you're trying to unite us. Come on, bro. I'm going straight to the comments. DEI Kamala will be another Trump victim, somebody said. No white men and abortion. Border Caesar Harris is, in a predictable ad, definitely predictable ad. She hates you and everyone in that video, somebody else says. She is turning out to be the queen of identity politics. And that's my thing. It's like, the one thing I strongly dislike about my community of black people is we wait to give our support to somebody based on them acknowledging us specifically. Like, we can talk about all of America, yeah, but then there's black people. Now, don't get it twisted. Every culture has their own issues that are specific that should be addressed within that culture, for sure. But you running for the president of the United States, you should be trying to unite us all, right? Anyhow, they're using. We found out yesterday that they're laundering money through to their preferred campaigns, Democrats that is, and they are doing it by using ActBlue as the front man, the shell company, to do so. And this explains how Harris raised over $100 million in less than 36 hours.
You're the only person who's disturbed by these figures and how much money she's raised in one day, or who also doesn't believe them.
Yeah, did Kamala Harris actually raise $81 million in 24 hours?
No, man. They see it's all a fucking script they rolling out. Oh, she's so popular, but they're making up people that's on screens that's not really there. It's AI generated. And when regular people, when they see she raised $81 million, they think of people all over the country. Regular people just got on the phone. Hell no. big business released the money that they already had tied up into the campaign, so they was able to do this. They, it's rigging it.
And
so they can rig the election. You be like, no, it was so many people supporting her and donating. She had to beat Trump.
Over $100 million in 36 hours, mostly from small dollar donors, according to Democratic fundraising platform Act Blue. I mean, those numbers would be astronomical for anyone, let alone a candidate who received a whopping 844 votes in the 2020 Democratic primary. So I can understand why people are a little sus about those numbers. And looking into this, things are about to get real murky, and I am not sure if people are going to like what I found. So I'm citing a 2023 article in the Carolina Journal. Investigation indicates Act Blue potentially laundered fraudulent political donations. An investigative journalist from North Carolina, Stephen Horn, has made a significant discovery in the Federal Election Commission database, revealing a scheme to potentially launder fraudulent political donations through multiple left-wing organizations, including Act Blue. Remember, Act Blue is the primary Democratic fundraising platform online. All right, so Horn and two other volunteers, Kelly Lane and Steve, unearthed evidence of two Raleigh residents whose names and addresses were employed to record substantial amounts of money donated to Democratic organizations. And just so everybody's aware, platforms like Act Blue are required to disclose political contributions to the FEC, including who made the donation, when they made it, their address, and the amount of the donation. Look at this data. This is so bizarre. One donor, same day, just dozens of contributions. By the way, this is all public information, so you can go to the FEC website, do a search, see what you find. All right, the article goes on. However, a perplexing twist emerged when both individuals emphatically stated their inability to contribute such exorbitant sums.
There was a flurry of donations made in your name, about 20 donations. Have you ever donated to Act Blue? Yeah. Okay.
This how the Democrats get their money.
Not necessarily. Yeah, so you can see there's a bunch of $100 donations.
Look at all these excited Kamala Harris
This address.
voters.
Oh, well, jeez Louise. I did not make a flurry of, One would remember that.
Yeah, you can't watch that and tell me something fishy is not going on. The result of these investigations suggests that the Act Blue fundraising platform is being used to launder fraudulent political donations using the names and addresses of ordinary citizens. If the individual whose name and address is on a contribution did not, in fact, make that contribution, it seems likely that the money is coming from a source which would not be legally able to make the contribution directly. That is wild. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that's what's going on right now because we don't have the data for that. The FEC website is only updated, or the disclosure only happens on a monthly basis. But what I am saying is that based on past reporting, I should probably ask a few more questions as to where the hundreds of millions of dollars actually came from. Or maybe it's just nothing.
Now, before I get all the comments from my black people, all my people, oh man, how you gonna be sitting here trying to tear this black woman down? Oh man, how you gonna? I'm just here to present the facts, bro. That's literally it. I'm not the type of person that's gonna sit here and try to tell you to not look at the information just so you can maintain your viewpoint. Like, no, bro, you have to educate yourself on what's happening around you, even if you don't like it. Trust me, there's some truths and the conservative movement in the Republican Party. There's some things in it that I don't like at all or mess with whatsoever. So it's not like I'm in total 100% blindly in agreement with anybody, but the facts are the facts. They're using people's names and addresses, funneling money that they can't otherwise donate themselves, and trying to make it seem like Kamala has all this support. You see the manufactured supporters. Well, you see how they had to duplicate the supporters on a Zoom call. And now you're seeing the manufactured donations. What make you think that, the booth won't be somehow manufactured in November, right? Follow me, man. Just posted this, exposes irregular FEC donations. Obviously, we just got finished talking about this, but this is verifiable data. Whomever is choreographing this volume is doing it in such small donations because they thought those wouldn't get flagged by watchdogs and FC officials. The way it's brought to our attention was not only by the dollar amount, but rather by the number of donations per person. And I don't see how even If you're, come on, bro, you can't be bright just doing that over and over and over and over and over the way you did, especially in the same day. Come on, dog. Why would somebody sit there and donate $5 all day versus just going ahead and putting a whole 100 or something like that? You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, that's where they all messed up. But my question is, I'm still reading y'all. Question is, if these people whose names are on the FBC report are not making these donations, then who is? Where is this money coming from?
The measure in politics, unfortunately, is how much money have you raised. Ironically, it's also the easiest thing to track. So we did. And holy rusted metal, Batman, did a bunch of people find a bunch of stuff that appears to not add up on where and how that money is getting into Democrat coffers. Thanks to a group called Election Watch, who compiled millions, and when I say millions, it's millions of data points from the Federal Election Commission, the FEC website. We were able to find out that in the past few years, over $200 million of political donations have been funneled through the Democrats' fundraising platform called Act Blue, from a fairly small circle of people who are almost exclusively over the age of 65, retired, very liberal, lower to middle income class, and from our research, it appears that these people, most of them, don't even know these donations are being made in their name. It's not their money. They call these people Smurfs or money mules, people who have knowingly donated to Democrats via Act Blue once before, but then their identity is cloned or stolen and used to make multiple donations from an unknown source, but still in their name. Again, this is all publicly available information from state and federal websites that are very easy to verify should you want to look them up. Take this woman from Louisiana. She's a 74-year-old woman, worked a middle-income job most of her life. Yet, according to FEC data, and we're withholding their names, in the last 7 years has made $573,447 in donations to Democrats. And here's where it gets really weird. She did it in over 1,400 individual transactions, averaging $76 per donation. And it doesn't seem to come from this person's bank account. They would have seen that volume of money, and judging by our available research, it doesn't appear she has these type of assets. Nothing against her. On certain days, like October 16th in 2018, she or someone using her identity, according to the FEC, made 71 individual transactions totaling $3,145. Folks, that would mean she would have to have made more than 5 donations an hour if she were to sleep for 8 hours a night. But what's even crazier is when you zoom out and look at all the donations over 7 years for this woman, or at least under her name, it's just not natural human behavior to donate at this frequency. No, the normal people with this type of liquid cash make a few large donations and then they move on. But here's another one that's even weirder. And this person is from California. She's a 72-year-old woman who doesn't appear to be the, let's just say, typical person to donate this much money. According to the same FEC data, again, folks, publicly available, she made 52,501 individual donations totaling $884,152, almost $1 million over 700 days. Sure. This says that every day since 2017, and you can see the data right there, she has made at least one donation ranging from $10 to $100 a day. And you can.
I'm just saying, like, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, if you are on the left, if you are a Democrat, how can you justify this? How can you hear this information and go, yes, man, you're so legit? How can you hear this information and then look at somebody who's a conservative or a Trump supporter, let's say, and go, will you, and just don't, no context added to it. You just ask them, will you be willing to accept the results of the 2024 election if Trump doesn't win? And we hear stuff like this and we get posed that question and we go, dog, come on, man. How can you ask us a question like that when we see shit like this happening? Come on. What do y'all think this is going to lead to, huh?
See the significant jump in June on one day, making 1,080 donations totaling $20,879 in one day. That's 68 donations per hour, more than one per minute, if it's true. Folks, look, I have donated to state and federal campaigns in the past, and it takes a few minutes to add all your information and then put it into the system. This is logistically not possible to have that volume. Here's another one. A 75-year-old woman from Louisiana. She donated $127,375 in 5,670 individual transactions in 358 days. That's less than a year. Nobody does this.
Nobody.
You would require an entire staff full-time to make this many individual transactions, folks. In one day, on October 4th in 2022, the same person, oddly close to the general election date, that same woman, according to the FEC data again, made 555 donations totaling over $13,000. Some of those transactions are for just a few bucks. And what's even weirder is that hundreds of these were returned, which raises even more suspicion. These are only 3 of thousands of these types of transactions going on to Democrats.
You see?
On the press release from Elections Watch, they note the top 10 of these money mules in Michigan made $125,122 in contributions. Sorry, not dollars, total contributions. Individual contributions from just 10 people, 120,000. In Arizona, one person made 18,672 individual contributions. One person in Louisiana gave a sum greater than the value of their home. In Maryland, the top 32 money mules gave $5.5 million combined over the last 5 years. Folks, if 32 people gave that volume of money, they would be known in every political circle as cash cows to hit up for every single campaign. But they're not. In fact, there's almost no information about them anywhere other than town tax records that we dug up. They do exist, but they're not known in the town circles. They're certainly not known in the political circles. Folks, this is just not numerically and financially possible. There needs to be a massive investigation into this. Not only did we call the homes of these people, we left voicemails on actual home phone machines with their names on them when the machine picked up. We wanted to see if they had actually made these donations. They do exist, but they didn't return our calls.
I'm not gonna lie, this is infuriating. It pisses me off for a couple of reasons, man. The fact that I feel like this has been known and this has been going on for a while, I'm just now being made aware of it. And to know that they're not gonna do anything about it. I know they're not gonna do anything about it. This needs to be investigated. You know what I'm saying? Like, how is it even possible that there are any Democrats that would have to support her after finding this out? Like, honestly, the money should be immediately seized by the U.S. government and held until an investigation is launched and finished. That's my personal opinion. When you have these facts laid out for you, come on, dog. Come on, man. You making thousands. I mean, 18, 20,000 donations individually. Come on, y'all. Y'all think we cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, yo? You definitely got to read the comments on this. Okay. Let me be the one to say it. So what? Will anyone do anything about it? Now what? Right? It's pretty much the sentiment that they have. We have to get to the bottom of this. Rules for thee, not me, somebody else said. And
So first let me say I'm so happy to see a woman brought up for president, and I'm grateful for that. However, does that mean I was on the fence even with Biden running again? Because everyone talks about, oh, let's get the black vote, and they get the black vote and nothing changes. And when I say nothing, I mean our education system. Our children are suffering in New York City public schools. And let's talk about services. My brother's paraplegic. He got hit by a drunken driver. It's very hard for him to get services. And I understand that they allow the migrants to come in, but they come in and they just overwhelm them with services. And they forget about the people that are already here.
Hey, welcome back. It's your man Wise. And today, got to talk about it. The Breakfast Club. Oh man, they get the truth smacked in their face. It seems like all the time, man. All they've done is pander and been propagandists for the Democrat Party. We know this, but the people have to say. And they have callers calling in, stressing their displeasure with the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris. I am 100% here for it. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Drop me a comment down below. I appreciate all the love and support. Let's go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Iris. What's your thoughts, Mama?
Okay, so first let me say I'm so happy to see a woman brought up for president, and I'm grateful for that. However, does that mean I was on the fence even with Biden running again? Because everyone talks about, oh, let's get the black vote, let's get the black vote, and they get the black vote and nothing changes. And when I say nothing, I mean our education system. Our children are suffering in New York City public schools. And let's talk about services. My brother's paraplegic.
Before she goes there, she's absolutely right. The children are suffering in the public education system. Think about this, man. In Baltimore City, one of the most highly funded school systems in the nation, we're talking each student receiving $21,000 per year per student. They had multiple kids that could not write, thousands of kids that could not read or write on grade level. The kids were graduating high school that could not read or write at grade level. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And the fact that these people, the Democrats, I mean, want to stop children from getting a quality education. They would prefer to fund the same foolishness opposed to allowing the money to follow the students and allow parents to find and place their kids in proper schools so their students can get a proper education. No, they fund these teacher unions who aren't there to make sure that they're the best teachers out there. They're there to make sure that they get their raises, that they can push the propaganda on the kids, and they can indoctrinate these children exactly how they would like them indoctrinated. And it's sad, man. It's really sad.
He got hit by a drunken driver. It's very hard for him to get services. And I understand that they allow the migrants to come in, but they come in and they just overwhelm them with services. And they forget about the people that are already here. So what's going to change with that? What are they going to do with the Black agenda to help our children that's struggling in New York City public schools? They're not even on the same level as other kids in other countries. And that's what my concern is. So is something going to change because Kamala's running instead of Biden? Like, help me out. We're confused here.
Nothing's going to change. More Kamala, what you're going to get from her is more of the same. If you like Democrat politics, if you like their policies, if you like that far left progressive agenda, you're going to get more of that with Kamala Harris. That's just the case. If you want more illegal migrants coming across our southern border, vote Kamala Harris. If you want kids to be denied a quality education, vote Kamala Harris. If you want a situation to where you have men taking over women's sports, vote Kamala Harris. This is what it is. And I would assume that things will get worse under her administration because she's so much more radical than Joe Biden even is.
Those are all valid questions. A lot of those things you named are local issues, though.
Yeah.
Like that stuff you should be going to your local government with.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, ish rolls downhill. This is a trickle-down effect.
Hello, who's this? Hello?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's your name, bro?
Before he goes to, you notice he couldn't refute any of that. This is Charlemagne the Fraud I'm talking about. Couldn't refute anything that young lady said. Nothing other than saying those are local issues. But who runs things on the local level up in New York? Is it not the Democrat Party? Is Mayor Eric Adams not a Democrat? Did he change? Did he flip? Is the city council there in New York? Aren't they all Democrats? Did I miss something? Did I lose something? Come on, man. Their policies suck.
My name's Callie. What's up? Good morning. How y'all doing?
Callie, good morning. What's your thoughts, brother?
Callie.
Hey, man. I just want to say y'all the GOAT. Y'all been helping me survive mornings for a decade now from college to work. So I just want to say that.
We old,
so
baby. Let's go.
man,
Thank you, Callie.
Just new, but we old. Me and him be old.
Hey, man. Oldness is greatness, you know?
You already know.
I don't think America is ready. I don't think America's ready for a female president. You know what? I'm a black man, and I absolutely.
I'm going to disagree with him, and I'm going to rewind this back. I am not here, and I'm not one of those people that are going to say, I don't think America's ready for a female president. I don't think that's the case. Obviously, I don't think that's the case. That's not the case. There's plenty of women around the country that are in positions of power in states. You look at Gretchen Whitmer, you look at the goodness gracious, Sarah Huckabee Sanders down in Arkansas. You look at the young lady out in, I believe she's South Dakota, if I'm not mistaken. So there are women governors all around the country. That's not the case. It's this lady that no one wants as the president. It's this lady. And it's this administration. And to be honest with you, it's this party. We can't handle, this country can't stand another 4 years of this party's implementing their failed policies on our country. You want to talk about people being in soup lines, that's where we'll be. We can't afford a situation like that. I wish people would wake up and get off the daggone identity politic train. Get off of the identity politics and start looking at what's real and start looking at the policies for what they are at face value, what works and what doesn't work. Do not support this lady because she is a Democrat and she is a woman and she's quote unquote black. Don't support her for that. Look at her policies.
You know.
You already know.
I don't think America is ready. I don't think America's ready for a female president. You know what? I'm a black man, and I absolutely do not want another Democratic president in there. I think we should give the Republicans another try. There's a lot of agendas that the Democratic Party has kind of put into place that I don't support. I think they're destroying the black man. They're destroying the black family. I think they're ruining our country. And if you're living in New York like I am, man, this place is a financial nightmare, not to mention crime. I think if we put Trump back in there, man, it's going to be amazing. Kamala cannot do what he's going to do to bring this country back to where it needs to be. And this is not a race thing, because that's the number one thing they like to say when they talk about Trump and how he's a criminal and blah, 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 blah. I don't think any of that matters. His policies are what we need to focus on, and he's going to get us back where we need to go. Kamala is not ready.
That young brother was on it. And the thing is, again, these people, they can't refute what he's saying because they know it's true. And what we do know is that people like Charlamagne the God, DJ Envy, and a lot of these other black bourgeoisie elites, they're all millionaires. They're multimillionaires. They're not dealing with the things that we're dealing with. They may have some family members that are dealing with it, but they themselves are not dealing with what we're dealing with. They don't have to send their kids to these public schools. They're not living in these poor and disadvantaged communities. They're not doing that. So they really don't care. And I just seen a video earlier today where they were saying, you know, you had, I don't even want to give them credit on my channel, but they were just talking about, oh, you know, if you're black and you're a conservative, you must be getting something from the party. No, we don't actually want anything. What we want is the government out of our pockets. We want the government out of our way so we can make the decisions that make sense for our families. The Democrats want more government. Conservatives want less. We don't want to be as taxed as high. Joe Biden has already said that if he gets back in office, he's raising these taxes. He's already said it, and tax is high enough as it is right now. And they're spending money like crazy. They're not even being held accountable for the amount of money that they're stealing from us. But yet we're just supposed to go along and get along because they've quote unquote put a token black woman up there that doesn't mean anybody any good. Everywhere she's been at, she's been a failure, to include the position she currently holds. It hasn't been a success. And the only thing that these people have to hang their hats on when it comes to this lady is the fact that she is a woman and she is supposedly black. That's it. Ask them to start talking about the policy she's going to implement and how it's going to be, you know, a good thing for the nation. Ask them about that, and they will not have any answers for you. That's all I'm going to say about this, man. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, man. Like, share, subscribe to this channel.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. It's been very interesting the last few days with a lot of the black men weighing their opinion on the Kamala Harris situation. Some black men are interested in voting for her, and then you have other black men who are not. I talked about that extensively in a video on my channel, how black men are turning their back on Kamala Harris. And such is the case for a brother like this.
Dear black men, please remain strong. There's going to be a pressure on us to vote Democratic and for us to endorse Kamala Harris. Do not fall for the symbolism. Do not fall for the chucks and pearls. As black men, our vote is highly needed. And there's already talk about black men can't be trusted to vote for Kamala Harris. Well, you're exactly right. We're not falling for the you're not black if you don't vote for Joe Biden. We're going to logically make an informed decision. Kamala Harris has already went on record saying she would not pass any bills or laws that would directly benefit African Americans. So black men, let's be very careful. Let's be able to deal with the criticism. Let's be able to deal with being called sellouts. Let's be able to deal with being called racist. Because right now, the Democratic Party needs our vote for Kamala Harris to be president. And they're already saying we can't be trusted. Well, you're right. We can't be trusted. We're going to make an informed decision. Kamala Harris, sit down. What are you willing to do for the black race other than falsely represent us as a black woman with chucks and pearls in your sorority? Black men, it's finna get hard. We are under attack, but we must remain strong.
But then there are other black men out there who are really pushing the issue. Now, again, I don't have any personal vendetta against the brothers that want to vote for Kamala Harris. I can understand that it's bad on both sides for African Americans. I can get it, right? I'm not here to judge the brothers. Tariq Nasheed shared a tweet from this brother who really posted a long soliloquy about why he is voting for Kamala Harris. Now, this is a brother called the BNB Empower Network. Now, I want you to hear this, and I want you to see if this applies to you. Black men are riding with hashtag Biden Harris. Hashtag black men leaders and allies of support for Biden Harris. We as black men and leaders in our communities who choose democracy over fascism recognize our critical voices in the conversation about the future of our nation. Too often society says that black men don't show up or we are not engaged. It couldn't be further from the truth. From Vote to Live to Cairo's Democracy Project to Democracy in Action, we speaking the truth to our neighbors. Black men are riding with Biden. We as black men won't be signed in 2024. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris continue to provide positive, transformational, and inspirational benefits to the lives of black men, even if the policy doesn't explicitly say black men. Now, this is very important. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris provide positive, transformational, and inspirational benefits to the lives of black men, even if the policy doesn't say that. Now, what other minority group would say that? Let's just say, for example, we change that and say we as Asian men won't be signed in 2024. Okay? Vice President Kamala Harris continue to provide positive, transformational, inspirational benefits to the lives of Asian men, or we could put Jewish men or gay men or whoever else, trans men or trans women, even if the policy doesn't explicitly say black men. That just goes to show you how silly this guy sounds, right? How can somebody give you benefits to the lives of black men, even if the policy doesn't explicitly say black men? That means that you're okay with getting nothing. Then you might as well call yourself a white man or an orange man. Basically, you're not getting anything for your vote. You just said it yourself. When black jobs, hashtag black jobs was created by black men entrepreneurs because of the increased federal contracts, black men win. When insulin is kept at $35 a month to manage the debilitating effects of diabetes, black men win. When student loans are forgiven after our graduation, and yes, black men do graduate, black men win. When policies are focused on home ownership so all of us can provide for our families, black men win. Okay, so basically, these are things that all people can use as a whole. Okay, even though he's talking about black men, all of these things you're talking about have nothing to really do with black men. So I won't even talk about that. But it gets worse. You have other people out here like Isaac Hayes III. Okay, this is Isaac Hayes' son. In 24 hours, I've heard hashtag Kamala Harris isn't black, locked up 150,000 innocent black men, family-owned slaves, isn't qualified to be president, wasn't born in America. Let this be a lesson to anyone aspiring to do something great. No matter be it the truth, people will lie and hate on you. It's part of the journey. Keep going. Then this, okay. Then somebody comes, lay your edges be. They post these receipts on him. Kamala Harris is the descendant of an Irish slave owner in Jamaica. Research by Irish historian reveals U.S. President slave-owning ancestor Hamilton Brown
both sides
was born in Co-Antrim in 1776. Now, his response to that was, this boy went back to 1776, LOL. I mean, just trying to defend the lies, right? Then there's Roland Martin. It's time to get information. There is no way in hell we're going to let Donald Trump win. Kamala Harris for president is the choice. Now, again, I'm not upset with any of these guys for this, but as black men who do represent a certain level of money, influence, skill as a group in America, it's like 20 million of us. The question that should be asked is this: what do these black men get for their vote? Because nobody else would vote for Kamala Harris if they didn't do that. Now, let me just give you my honest opinion. Black women have every reason to vote for Kamala Harris. It makes sense for them to vote for Kamala Harris. Okay? But why are you doing it? Black men don't get anything from the Democratic Party except being second fiddle in the black community. You don't get anything as a minority. In fact, the crime bills are made for you. They want to lock you up more, and you don't get any resources. You know, when I was coming up, my family, I came up in a Democratic black family, not knowing that the policies of this party is one of the reasons why our family was in shambles. Okay. In the neighborhood that I grew up in, it didn't have a lot of resources. There were no resources there, which is interesting because in 1992, the black community was asking for job programs, work programs, things in the black community that could help blacks get ahead. I didn't have that. My dad was on drugs. Okay. It was his fault, but he was on drugs. He was addicted to crack cocaine. And I didn't have a whole lot of resources to put me onto the right track. It just wasn't there. And I got lucky because my life could have went a whole nother way. And I've seen so many families who basically didn't stay together because of Democratic policies. You see them break up and you see the debilitating effects. Forget diabetes, Democratic Party ideology. These guys are going to support Kamala Harris largely because they hate Trump. But what are you going to actually get? And I can see guys want to go to Trump for the first time because, well, you've been dealing with Democrats for 60 years and you're not getting anything. And that's what I want to know from Roland Martin. What are you guys getting? I would say these guys are getting nothing at all. And it's just to be on that bandwagon. And the only thing that you can be, basically not be told is, well, you're not misogynist. Like if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, you're sexist, you hate black women, all of these negative epithets, which is not even about what we're talking about here. Obviously, you're going to have some guys not want to vote for her because she's, a woman. But a lot of men in the black community, we come up with women as our leaders. We're talking about policies. Kamala Harris doesn't have any policies for blacks. So how can you vote for somebody that just won't give you anything? Again, it's insane. So guys, what do you think it should be? Oh, shit.
Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets and make sure you go to jimmydore.com. So do you remember when Van Jones, he had a bit about face? Look how quickly he changed. At first, he says this about Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris has not been a polling dynamo. It's not like she's the most popular, human ever born.
and that weighs on people.
A polling dynamo
Kamala Harris
makes it
has
sound
not-
like a stripper on meth. Anyway, come on, a polling dynamo. Hey, breaking news, election bombshell. CNN's Van Jones is reporting that Kamala Harris is not, in fact, the most popular human ever born. Hasn't exactly been a polling dynamo, he says. More on this as it develops. This adds already to the shocking reports that Joe Biden is senile out of nowhere. So that's what he said. He said this first.
Kamala Harris has not been a polling dynamo. It's not like she's the most popular, human ever born, and that weighs on people.
So he said that, and then he says this. Look, get it ready for this.
You start insulting Black women, you're going to see something you haven't seen before. Black men are not going to put up with that. I was on a phone call with 20,000 Black men. The word protect came up about 1,000 times.
Look at this. The Greek freak. I was on the phone with 20,000 Greek freak shoe shine, them buffing shoes. That was a hell of a sound. All them buffing shoes at one time. Shine, 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 shine. Just imagine 20,000 niggas. Shine, shine, shine. That's what you would have heard on the phone with this clown. But who the hell believe it? You know what? We're protect the king, you Greek freak. We know y'all swear to protect the king, but anyway, that's not for this broadcast. He got the nerve to act like they actually gonna protect anybody, especially Black women. Man, please, this type of shit. This is why I'm glad we putting the Greek freaks out of business. I'm so glad they finished. None of these lies they can tell on TV to make anybody believe them ever again.
Protect this sister. Protect this sister. We're going to protect her.
Protect
her. You're about to see something you haven't seen before. What? Look, people.
What you gonna see? What we gonna see, crybaby? This thing gonna be crying as soon as the first time something hit the fan. Listen, calm down, y'all. Calm down. Let me get up. Hold on. Let me put this rag down real quick. I just was buffing some shoes, but nigga, what the hell are you gonna do about it if they disrespect the sister? What are you and those 20,000 shoe shiners gonna do about it? Man, we don't believe none of y'all, especially not you. Nah, we want to hear from somebody else. Somebody at least look tough, act tough. You've been crying too much, and that's the problem, Van. They bring the whining baby out to try to talk tough. Come on, CNN. Because you not pay somebody to at least come on here and act tough. Nobody believes Van. He been crying too much. I just got off the phone. Oh, please.
And said a bunch of mean stuff to her. Black men set that out. We won't set this out. So I don't think that the Republican Party understands that all the work that they did trying to get us over there, two more days of this, it's going to be a problem.
So I'm going to play that again.
You start insulting Black women, you're going to see something you haven't seen before.
Why haven't we seen it before? No one's ever insulted a Black woman. By the way, now he's saying you can't criticize someone who wants to be the most powerful person in the world, a politician who hasn't garnered one vote. He's now saying that you can't do that because that's going to be racist. But then watch what he says. Watch this.
Black men are not going to put up with that. I was on a phone call with 20,000 Black men.
Does he have that cell phone plan that has 20,000 way calling? What are you talking about? I know my cell phone does.
We just seen a video of their so-called group calls, where they use AI generated. Van is a lot. 20,000 my ass. Van ain't been on the phone with 20 people, 20 real Black men. Van ain't been on the phone with none of these people. Van is a liar, bro. I just got off the phone with 20,000 Black men on a group call. This is ridiculous. We gotta sit here and act like Van got the connection with the streets. And Van talking about just give the word. What? Like he Malcolm X or some fucking body. Black men are not gonna tolerate. What the hell are you talking about, Van? Every day we see Black women slapped and punched by the police. You don't do shit. Bikers, nothing. Blackface Ku Klux Klan members killing them, dragging them, stomping them. Nothing. You and the Mammalette chasers nowhere to be seen. But all of a sudden, if you disrespect a Black woman, man, please, we don't take you serious, boy. But we're gonna talk to you whenever we see you, Van. Just remember that.
Doesn't insert.
Mind you,
it doesn't include 20,000 ways.
We don't like your attitude.
So he says he's on a phone call with 20,000 black men. And what happens?
That's a lot.
The word protect came up about 1,000 times.
I know.
Protect this sister.
Protect this sister.
So you're on a phone call with 20,000 men, and 1,000 times he's on a 20,000 man phone gangbang. And the phrase protect the sister came up 1,000 times. Are you sure the phrase protect
you imagine the
the
Greek
sister?
freaks. You can imagine the Greek freaks that they protect her, protect her. You can just imagine them Greek freaks protect Democrat, goddamn clowns, get up off your knees, nigga.
From finding out about our weird Van Jones phone orgies? I mean, is that what it was? No. So 1,000 times in a phone call with 20,000 black men? So a really small percentage, you mean? Like 1/20th of the guys said that? That's also called statistically insignificant. Is that what you're trying to say? I like how he says that they sat this out when it happened to Hillary Clinton. Why? Are they racists? She showed them her hot sauce and everything, and they didn't say anything. With this is called infantilizing women. That's what this is called. No one's ever said that. No one ever said that about Barack Obama. If you insult Barack Obama, black men are not going to stand for it. No one ever said that. This is because Kamala Harris is just like Hillary Clinton, is one of the most repulsive figures in public life in history. Repulsive. Nobody likes Hillary Clinton. You know who especially doesn't like Kamala Harris? Black people.
Come on, man. Come on.
Elizabeth Warren.
Come on.
They
will not be able to get rid of this poll. That's for Van Jones. He didn't want her. When she was running for president. 1%, not a Democrat vote. No, if it was a Democrat, I'd be like, all right. No, amongst black voters, the white woman, Elizabeth Warren, had 8% more black votes than Kamala Harris. Man, they can't trick us, bro. They can't pretend like, oh, everybody got on code for Kamala. No, she dropped out because this was so embarrassing to her. Even the Jewish guy, Bernie Sanders, had 16% of the black vote. Joe Biden, she called Joe Biden racist. That's what she said. And he had 47% of the black vote. The black vote was behind Joe Biden, the Congressional Black Caucus. Nobody wanted her. But they're hoping people forget. They're not going to forget. We're going to keep bringing this shit up. No, but please, they manufacturing consent.
Native American was outpolling her with blacks. Harris' support drops among black voters. She had 1% when she ran for president. Kamala Harris had 8%.
Come on, she can't overcome
Elizabeth Warren had 8% of the black vote. The black vote.
Come on, bro. They told Elizabeth Warren not to run right now. Oh, guess what? She could beat Kamala. She could beat Kamala right now if she ran. They told her not to run. They told Bernie Sanders, do not run, or your wife going to jail. He definitely could beat Kamala. Because it already been seen. People, they can't pretend like, no, the black people going to be for Kamala. They already tried this before, and they wasn't for her. The black people was choosing Elizabeth Warren over her. They were picking Bernie over her. They were picking Biden over her. Come on, man. So now all of a sudden they circle back and, all the black people wanted Kamala. That's nonsense.
Whitey Miss Whiteman had 8%. Bernie Sanders had 16%. Kamala Harris had 1%. So this is
everybody
Van Jones
fraud.
Doing
I'm
some
gonna tell you what happened
deep level bullshit.
I'm gonna tell you what happened to her. You know why she got 1%? Her criminal justice background killed her. When they exposed her on that stage, Tulsi Gabbard, when she exposed, that was it. all black people health, and I was like, oh, hell no, lady, you been locking black people up, locking parents. That wasn't cool. Now all of a sudden they gonna pretend like it's cool for coming. Like, what? People were repulsed by her background.
Shit. I was on a phone call with 20,000 black men. And they're not going to put up with it. You're going to see something you've never seen. What are they going to do? What are these 20,000 black men going to do exactly? Wag their finger at people? What are they going to do? You're going to see something. He doesn't say what that something is. Why wouldn't I wish he would have said what that something is?
He's making it up. Hey, man, please.
Nobody likes her. You know, and here's a black man. Here's not a fictitious 20,000 phone call black man. Here's a real black man.
There's literally no way you can get the black community to support Kamala. And Democrats are the victors.
Did you hear what he said? There's literally no way you get the black community to support Kamala.
There's literally no way you can get the black community to support Kamala. And Democrats are the victim of their own anti-democratic agenda. They canceled the.
They've been disrespecting black men. Hell will freeze over the day I ever let the shoe shiners say we are the sellouts. It'd be a cold damn hell if I let these boule Greek freaks pretend like we them and they us. You know, playing these mind games, trying to reverse psychology. They know they've been sold us out. So they're going to trick us and say, if you don't do this, then you sell out. Man, please. No, why would we ever listen to anything they say? You're supposed to do the opposite anyway. Because they can't tell the truth. If they tell the truth, that means they fired. Now, if they fired off their job sitting on their goddamn couch, okay, we might have to listen to them. But if their ass is on the job, come on, you can't listen to shit they saying. They bought and paid for.
The primaries, they forced Kamala Harris down our throats, and now they're paying for it. No one's going to vote for Kamala Harris. It's going to be such a massive landslide. We see how Trump and GOP run against her. If they paint her just by highlighting her policy, I think that would be enough, and that will expose her for being a traitor to our people. It's not. We would think Trump would do better. It's about getting people who are part of the Democratic coalition staying home. I think Kamala Harris is the person that would do that.
Well, Trump actually did better. So Trump is polls better with black people than Kamala Harris did. Trump's getting 22% of the black vote right now. When Kamala Harris ran, she got 1%.
They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that.
I just
don't talk about that. That's what
really
they want
Van Jones, Fred Rogers.
That's why they want to attack black men, and now Van Jones is a representation of black men because Trump polling better with black men than she could ever poll. So they're gonna make it seem like we the sexist and the monogamous. You see, we misogynistic. They're gonna make it seem like because he polling way better. Then they're gonna bring these cats out here who don't know the difference between a man and a woman. So when they talk about black men, what are you talking about? You don't even know what are the Democrats talking about? She's a black woman. A black man could be a black woman if he say he want to be in the Democratic Party. Everybody know that's true. That's not a joke. Van Jones right now tomorrow can say, you know what? I'm a black woman now. And they would be like, he has the right. This is the shit that we talking about here. So how the hell is a party who you can be whatever you want, then you're going to try to define what the black man is doing? Man, you don't give a damn. You don't get to do that. Hell no, we're not playing those motherfucking games. They gave the write-up when they said they don't know the difference between the two.
They're just more in touch with what the black community thinks than Van Jones is. This guy is just a mouthpiece of the establishment. 100%. Here's another black guy. You want to see another black guy? Here's another one.
There's no way in hell I am going to vote for Kamala Harris. Once again, I'm not going to disparage her. I'm a black man. I respect black women. And I will never, ever disparage a person. But there is no way in hell I would ever vote for Kamala Harris. That's just a no-go right there. Primary reason is she has been reckless and irresponsible. She was in charge of the border, and she left us open to danger and a whole host of...
You've been evil, then you've been evil. It's like the Queen of England. Oh, I would never disparage her because she's a woman. Because the damn, you've been an evil, vindictive, and peerless woman. That's what you've been. They're like saying, oh, I can't disparage Hillary Clinton. Oh, we can't spare the rod when it's time to spank some behind. Oh, hell no. Hell no. You're not going to know. See, that's what they wanted. They want us to muzzle ourselves. So we don't speak loud and proud, let the whole world know we're not being sold out no more by these transformers, these imitators. She can pass for this, pass for that. When it's really time to be, she didn't grow up listening to Dear Mama. That's a lie. Her mama never made miracles every Thanksgiving. God damn it. This is serious goddamn business. You see, just be imitating us at times, cool. We let people swagger jack and be culture vultures. But to do it to we didn't see Brock do it. Now for her to back door, Brock did it to us, the men. But for the women, I like the sisters. You seen Brock do this to us. Now y'all want y'all turn for an imitator to imitate y'all and seize the throne? Are you kidding me? Now we have an opportunity to block this. See, we was in a comatose state with Barack. Now we know better. And it's something we actually can do to make sure that don't happen. If a queen mother ever do seize the throne, it's a real queen mother. Regardless what the fucking Alpha Kappa Greek freak sorority sisters is talking about.
Most of other issues and solid logical reasons why I cannot, in good conscience, allow her to California, my America. I won't.
So I'm guessing he wasn't one of the 20,000 black men on that call. So I'm guessing these two black guys were not one of the black guys on that call. Here's another black guy who probably wasn't on that call.
Black people, I will say to you once again, if you think that Kamala Harris is going to represent your interests, you are absolutely not looking at her background whatsoever.
I say Kamala Harris represents all the people. I mean, if by all the people you mean a small handful of wealthy white coastal elites, she really represents them. You want so that's three black guys for you. Here's a black woman.
So the DNC, the GCCC, and the Democratic Party all actively forgoed a primary process. And they were telling us that Joe was ready to go. Even though you and I both knew that Joe probably hasn't known what day it is since about 2022. And now we're expected to support Kamala Harris, who, mind you, is not only a member of his administration, so an active participant in what is going on in Gaza, but she's also a cop, a prosecutor who ruined a lot of black families in California. She was actually so unpopular in her home state that she had to drop out of the 2020 race prior to the voting because she kept coming in 5th place in all the polls. So no, I will not be supporting Kamala Harris. I don't care how much they black girl magic her over the next couple of months.
So that's a black woman and three black guys. Now, I know it doesn't raise to the level of your, I mean, this is.
Now, I have a lot to break down here, but we're going to start with where she sat with black voters in 2020. So we're going to start with that. And just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to my comrade, Nick from Revolutionary Blackout Network. Kamala Harris in the primaries only had 1% black support. This is the person liberals think will turn out black voters. Just a reminder for those who forgot, because Nick always has receipts. Harris support drops among black voters. She was at 1%, right? So for all the things they said about Bernie Sanders, he had more support among the black community than Kamala Harris did. So obviously, this is a problem for Kamala Harris. It's not just the fact that she couldn't get a delegate in her home state of California. She apparently did not appeal to the black community. And one thing about us, I would say more so maybe the bougie, the black boule may really like Kamala Harris. I don't know too many working class black folks that's trying to rock with Kamala like that because they kind of see her as fake and phony. Like I'm just keeping it real. So keep that in mind. When you think about the fact that these delegates just decided to they just picked who they wanted to be. And I told you again, the DNC is a corporation. They can choose the candidate. They can decide who the nominee is going to be, with or without our votes. Now, apparently, this is what's going to shock you. Black Lives Matter grassroots network, Black Lives Matter global network, not grassroots, but the global network, the one that got all that money, they are not happy with the DNC's decision to just select Kamala Harris. And they apparently have issued a statement about this. They go through the timeline of the events here. Sunday, Joe Biden drops out. Kamala Harris announces campaign with Biden endorsement. Kamala Harris says she is going to work hard to earn the nomination. Kamala Harris makes calls to party delegates. Monday, Kamala Harris continues making calls to party delegates. Kamala Harris makes 2 public speeches. AP announces Kamala Harris has secured enough delegates to be the Democrat nominee. Kamala Harris releases this statement noting she has worked hard to go out and earn the nomination as promised on Monday night. A 24-hour process of talking to party bosses is not democratic, nor is it a process Democrats should be proud of. We do not live in a dictatorship. Delegates are not oligarchs, except they are. So apparently BLM didn't get the memo from the DNC fraud lawsuit, where the judge determined that the DNC did nothing wrong with Bernie Sanders' 2016 campaign because the DNC is a corporation. They are allowed to select the nominee, and there's nothing you can do about that. Goes on to say, installing Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee and an unknown vice president without any public voting process would make the modern Democratic Party a party of hypocrites. We call on the DNC to create a process that allows for public participation in the nomination process, not just a nomination by party delegates. This don't look good, bruh. That does not look good. That the DNC is being called out by BLM. I mean, and look, I have my disagreements with BLM, with all that money and stuff. I had my disagreements about that and the way that they tried to just take the name from the grassroots organization and go make millions of dollars. But they're correct here. Nobody voted for Kamala. Did you vote for Kamala Harris? Did you vote for Kamala? I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. Nobody voted for Kamala Harris. But yet she's the nominee. The oligarchs, they just pick who they want. Just pick who they want. So there's already pushback from BLM, and they made a public statement, not just on Twitter, also on their website as well. And just like that, she got.
Watch out for the manufactured consent. You see too many people standing up already going against it. Now you have the Palestinian people. They came out against her because she came out against a protest of Benjamin Netanyahu. We're going to look at that a little later.
Got the delegates, they all lined up and went along with her. And then what makes it worse, and this should be a big red flag to all of you, Wall Street got in line and supported Kamala Harris. Listen to this.
Semaphore also reporting, quote, the Wall Street money machine is roaring back to life with names like Peter Orszag, Blackstone's Jonathan Gray, and Roger Altman, all of them expected to give their support to Harris. We're also getting reaction from the global business community as well, including LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman, backing Harris to be the next president of the United States. Also, we're hearing from other investors who say now is the time to get a more moderate candidate who can easily beat Donald Trump.
Pause. Does everybody hear what he said? So Reid Hoffman is a billionaire, by the way. So you got the billionaires backing you. And then you have this gentleman here who just said that it's great to have a moderate candidate, which is what I've said to people over and over again. Kamala Harris is the moderate. She's a moderate. She's not progressive. I'm tired of people like all these people coming out right now saying she's progressive. She's not. And when you look at where she stands on policy, you will see that she's not progressive. She's a moderate Democrat and establishment. So with Wall Street coming out, that's a big red flag.
We're also hearing from Microsoft President Brad Smith thanking Biden for his service, but he did not mention the vice president. Also, Box CEO Aaron Levy posting in part, the Democratic Party has a clear window to create a superior platform and story that is pro-tech, AI, science, immigration, and entrepreneurship, adding, quote, I hope and expect they will take this newfound opportunity seriously.
So once Wall Street gets in line, you know where that candidate stands. So everybody think about that for just a second. That is very troubling. But if you go back and you look at Kamala Harris's record, you would understand how we got here. Let's start with Willie Brown. All right, we're going to take it all the way back to San Francisco. We're taking it back to the streets, boo. Former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown writes about dating Kamala Harris, appointing her to posts. Now, I don't really care about the dating and all that hoo-ha, but I do want to get to the appointments. Listen to this. Yes, we dated. It was more than 20 years ago, wrote Brown, who said he had been peppered with calls from the national media about the relationship with Kamala Harris, particularly since it became obvious that she was going to run for president. So we going back. Let's go down here. Brown was married at the time, and Harris dated. He and Harris dated. But because he was estranged from his wife, the relationship was not kept secret. And a Sacramento Bee reporter told people that Brown had a succession of girlfriends and would go to a party with his wife on one arm and his girlfriend on another. Now, it goes on to say here, a 1994 LA Times report about then California Assembly Speaker Brown rushed to hand patronage jobs described Harris as Brown's frequent companion. That report also cited a column from Chronicle's Herb Cain that called Harris the speaker's new steady. When they met, she was 29 and Brown was 60. I think we all know what that relationship was really about. So when people get on me and they say, oh, Sabs, don't say she slept her way to the top. Nah, this is what happened. That she was 29, he was 60. He had things to offer her for her career, and she had something to offer him. Look, we're adults. We're all adults here. We know how this works. Now, it goes on to say the couple split up in 1995, which flabbergasted those who found Kamala the perfect antidote to whatever playboy tendencies still resided in the mayor-elected jaunty persona. Although Brown supported Harris in her successful 2003 run for San Francisco District Attorney, she tried to distance herself from him in that race, telling San Francisco Weekly that Brown, whose career was dogged by corruption allegations, was an albatross hanging around my neck. So now all of a sudden, he's an albatross. He a problem for her now. She goes on to say this, his career is over. I will be alive and kicking for the next 40 years. I do not owe him a thing. If there is corruption, it will be prosecuted. Everybody hear this? Among the issues that followed Harris from her time with Brown was the allegation of cronyism in his appointment of her and two well-paying posts. Yes, I may have influenced her career by appointing her to 2 state commissions when I was Assembly Speaker. So again, her relationship with Willie Brown was to elevate her political career. So he appointed her to 2 positions. Brown appointed Harris to the California Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board and then to the Medical Assistance Commission, positions that paid her more than $400,000 over 5 years. Brown also gave Harris a BMW. And I certainly helped her with her first race for district attorney in San Francisco. You hear all this? I have also helped the careers, get this, folks, of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Gavin Newsom, Senator Dianne Feinstein, and a host of other politicians. Well, I sincerely hope Nancy and all the rest of them didn't have to sleep with Willie too. I hope not. The difference is that Harris is the only one who, after I helped her, sent word that I would be indicted if I so much as jaywalked while she was a DA. That's politics for you. Because Willie Brown was a black man, and Kamala Harris was known for indicting a lot of black people. Let's look at a couple more things that I think people just may not be familiar with. Shout out to Consortium for this. Kamala Harris' distinguished career of serving injustice. And some of these I've already talked about, so I want to highlight certain ones. This is from Marjorie Cohn from Consortium News. So it was originally published 2019, and then this was posted again under Sheer Post. So we want to go to, I talked about that one before. There's two of them here that I want to highlight. I think it's this one. This part right here. Harris opposed investigations of police shootings. These cases are not isolated examples of Harris' less than progressive record as a prosecutor. Time after time, when progressives urged her to embrace criminal justice reforms as a district attorney and then the state attorneys general, Ms. Harris opposed them or stayed silent. Now, for all the people like Roland Martin that were kind of yelling at people on Twitter the other day and telling black people to get in line and support Kamala Harris, I say this again, Kamala Harris has not been a friend to the black community. So why should black voters have to get in line to support her? She was against criminal justice reforms. You know how many lives she ruined, how many black lives she ruined? And I'm not talking about black people to have money. I'm talking about working class black people. So once again, this is another example that showed you that Kamala Harris was not a friend to the working class, the people who didn't have the money to pay bail and get out. It goes on to say here, most troubling, Ms. Harris fought tooth and nail to uphold wrongful convictions that had been secured through official misconduct that included evidence tampering, false testimony, and the suppression of crucial information by prosecutors. See, these are the type of things, like when people say, what is, Kamala Harris, that she would, destroy Trump in a debate because Trump is a felon, right? If it were me and I were debating Kamala Harris, all I have to do is pull up her record. That's all I have to do. And it goes on to say here, after a federal judge ruled in 2014 that California's death penalty system had become so dysfunctional, it violated the 8th Amendment's prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment, Harris appealed the decision. As a result, California's death penalty was upheld and remains in place today. Now, that's supposed to be a right-wing position, right? So for the people who called her progressive, how is that progressive? It's not. Harris refused DNA testing that could exonerate Kevin Cooper, a likely innocent man on death row, and she opposed statewide body-worn police cams. Now think about the story I just told you about Sonia Massey and the body cams. Kamala Harris opposed police officers wearing body cams. I said, she's always been a friend to the police, not to the people.
Imagine that.
But definitely not the black people.
Imagine
she has no
that.
attachment to the black community.
When she bringing up Sonia Massey, R.I.P. to that queen, they need to bring up the only way they captured what happened, that officer, that race soldier killing her, is by the body camera. Well, guess what? Kamala Harris didn't want that captured. See, we should not let her try to benefit off of something she been against. That's justice for us.
Community. And don't come at me and say, oh, well, she was an AKA. Yeah, in college, she was an AKA. And there have been times, and I've been in college, there have been a number of people that have been in black sororities and fraternities that were not black. When I was in high school, there was a white girl that was a Zeta. There was a white guy that was an Alpha. So Let's stop with all that. Just because she was in a black sorority doesn't mean she had that connection to the black community. She doesn't.
Nah, but they've been having the wrong.
Let's go on. Harris favored criminalizing truancy, raising cash bail fees, and keeping prisoners locked up for cheap labor. Again, here's another labor issue with Kamala Harris. She also supported arresting undocumented juveniles to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This is ICE. Covering for corrupt police lab technicians and blocking gender confirmation surgery for a transgender prisoner. A U.S. District Court judge concluded that withholding the surgery constituted cruel and unusual punishment in violation of the 8th Amendment. Many of Harris's prosecutorial actions disproportionately hurt people of color. And if you go even further there, mainly Black people. But Roland Martin will tell you Black people get in line and come support this woman, boo.
He finished.
Then there was this conversation with the griot. Oh, how can one forget? This conversation here with the griot, where Kamala Harris was asked about reparations. Listen to this.
One of the questions that the Black community has is, Senator Harris, if you are elected president, what would be your agenda for the Black community?
Right.
We know that Black Americans are arrested at higher rates for marijuana. We're denied mortgages when we loans for mortgages. There's a wealth disparity. So how do you help the Black community from the White House?
That's right. Well, the first step is to understand that the needs of Black folks are the needs of everyone, and the needs of everyone are the needs of Black folks.
Not true.
It is also equally important to understand that this is a country that had over 200 years of slavery, had Jim Crow, had legalized segregation and discrimination, and now de facto segregation and discrimination. And so while our needs are like everyone else's in terms of we want our babies to be born healthy and live a happy and productive life, we care about issues of climate change, we care about issues of national security. We also know that when you look at disparities around wealth, around home ownership, around education, around who is stopped, arrested, and incarcerated in this country, there are huge disparities based on race. And that.
Okay. So this is a kicker, because she admits right here that there are those disparities based on race. She just gave you a number of examples. She admits all of that. One thing I disagree with when she said the needs are the same, the needs are not the same. You can tell that by the healthcare system, where Black women are dying during childbirth at a completely disproportional rate compared to other women in this country. So the needs are not necessarily the same.
Not even almost.
But she admits it's disproportionately unfair, unequal. Now listen to the rest of this.
That has to be dealt with. So part of my proposal in terms of the agenda, specifically for Black folks, is about what we need to do, for example, around maternal mortality. I have actually sponsored a bill and intend, as President of the United States, to make sure it is passed around recognizing that Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die in childbirth. And when you study the issue, you know that
Black women 3 or 4 more times likely to be harassed by people like her to be part of Planned Parenthood.
it is not about the education level of somebody. It is not about their socioeconomic level. It is literally about their race. Remember what happened to Serena. It is literally about racial bias in the medical health professions.
Mm-hmm. But she just told you the needs are the same. So you see what I'm saying? Do you see what's happening here? The needs are not the same, right? Now she says she has a bill to make sure that you recognize that there's disparity between for Black women that are, pregnant. What the fuck does recognize do? What you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Recognize. I recognize that we have inflation. What are you going to do about it? What are they going to do about it? You recognize that not everybody in this country has health insurance. You recognize that some people are underinsured. What are they going to do about it? What do you mean you make a bill to recognize? What? Okay, let's go on.
That cause people to not take Black women seriously when they walk into the door of that hospital or that emergency room in terms of how they talk about what they need. The agenda includes HBCUs, for example. I am a proud graduate of Howard University. I know that our HBCUs have raised and helped raise generations of leaders in this country and do it in a very special way that is about nurturing and about creating high standards and challenging young people to be their best, not giving them any excuse, but giving them all kinds of support. So we need to do more. Yeah, I'm right now working on, and actually got it out of the Senate, and the House passed it around giving more money to HBCUs around their historic landmarks. But there's more to be done around creating incentives for more young people to go into the STEM professions through HBCUs. There is what we need to do around the point that you were raising about the economic disparities. I have a proposal that will be my first order of business when elected president, that is about lifting up middle-class working families. And what I'm proposing specifically is that families that are making $100,000 or less would get a tax credit that they would receive it up to $500 a month. This proposal, economists across the board have said, would be the most significant middle-class tax cut for American families and generations, and it would lift up 60% of Black families out of poverty.
Now, does everybody see what she just did? Because this is a trick that a lot of Democrat politicians do when they're asked about reparations. You start off talking about what the Black community needs, particularly those that are descendants of slavery. She's not, by the way, she's not. You start off talking about that, and then all of a sudden you switch it to lifting up all these other people. Now all of a sudden it's the Lift Act where we lift up everybody. And I'm not against lifting up everybody. But the question is, what are you going to do for the Black community? Let's continue, folks.
So it does touch Black families.
Oh, absolutely. Directly. Because when you look at the proportionality of where Black families are, you see it in terms of housing and home ownership. Where white families, something, I'm going to get this generally right, but something around 70% of white families own their homes versus somewhere around 40% for Black families. So you don't have to look very hard to see that disparities exist. But you also don't have to look very hard to see this, that when we're talking about families, regardless of their color,
here we
go, have an equal desire to work hard, to love their children, and allow them to have a pathway and an equal pathway to success. Black mothers, white mothers of whatever race, wake up in the middle of the night worrying about their children and their health and their well-being. And we need to address that. But I will say there's another issue that we need to address that's specific to Black families. And that is this. We cannot have a society where a father or a mother, by the time their son turns about 12 years old, has to sit down and have the talk with him about how he will be stopped or chased or arrested or even killed because of the color of his skin. And
she was the cop. She was the cop.
The harassing, the chasing.
Everybody understand this?
The sicking them on Blacks.
Okay.
So how do you intend to change that from the White House? How would you change policy around that?
Part of it is that the president makes a decision about who's going to run the United States Department of Justice. Currently, under this administration, they have shut down the pattern and practice investigations that involve investigating police departments that have a pattern and practice of discrimination. Those need to be reopened and revived with vigor, because no American should want that a police department that has a history and a pattern and practice of discrimination should be able to get away with that without consequence and accountability. Another issue is what happens through the Department of Justice around consent decrees, which are basically a requirement that police departments that have a history of that kind of behavior, they're under a court order for supervision. This Department of Justice has essentially shut those down.
Right.
First order of business for me would be to revive those.
Okay, now hold on to that there for just a second, because I want to show you another question that's a part of that interview about reparations in particular. Now, you just heard all her say all of that about the disparity and all that jazz. But when she is pushed back on about reparations, this is what she says.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No, because whatever benefits that Black family will benefit that community and society as a whole and the country. Right? So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No, because whatever benefits that Black family will benefit that community and society as a whole and the country. Right?
But this is who Roland Martin is telling Black people to get behind, right? And she made it very clear to you back then, she was not going to do something that would only benefit the Black community, even though she just explained to you all those disparities. Now, I did a little bit of math, and I want to show you why this is particularly important when we talk about the wealth gap, and we'll get back to the other stuff about crazy Kamala. Now, this is from the Urban Org. Listen to this. Wealth gaps by race and ethnicity are large. Right? So I just wanted to show you this graph so you'll know where I got my numbers from when I show you the next picture. Okay, so it shows you again, you have Asian Americans up here, you have white Americans next, and then Hispanic Americans, and then you have Black Americans here at the bottom. The wealth gap that we have by race and ethnicity. And yes, it is significantly large. You can see that on the chat. Now, by Kamala Harris standards, and Bernie Sanders had this too. And this is something I disagreed with when I supported Bernie's campaign. By Kamala Harris standards.
Salute, fam.
Come back, we'll bring it back in. She believes that if you lift up everyone, just give it to everybody, and then it'll all be equal, and that way you're lifting up everyone. So here's what I believe. I believe in the universal policies. I think everyone should have health care. I think everyone should have a decent education in this country. I believe in all of that. I believe in lifting up the people. However, there is a difference between equality and equity, and I want to show you what that looks like. Now, those numbers, I pulled them from that Urban Org report about wealth in this country based on race. And I want to show you what happens when you do what Kamala said. Just give everybody the same thing and lift up. So I put the numbers here. For Asian Americans, according to that report, the average family wealth here was over 1.8 million. For white Americans, over 1.3 million. For Hispanic Americans, over 227,000. For Black Americans, over 211,000, right? Okay, so we can see the disparities there. Now, I would have gone further than Kamala. Kamala's like, we're going to give them some tax breaks, and that's going to help the middle class. Nah, bruh. I was just like, what would happen if we just gave everybody $10,000 a year, sort of like a UBI? Right? We just gave everybody $10,000. It said, just have at it. There's extra $10K in your pocket. You could dish it out by the months, whatever. So I went further. And I want to show you the difference between equality and equity. Equally, I gave everybody $10,000. However, when you do the math, you will see that the equity is not there. Even though I gave everyone $10,000, if you notice, now the Asian American average family wealth is 1.819 million. For white Americans, 1.371 million. So everybody's getting that 10,000 increase. Hispanic Americans, over 237,000 now. And Black Americans, over 221,000 now. If you'll notice, I have the total for Black American family wealth in red. And there's a reason why I did that. Because what it shows you is that when you give everybody the equal amount, that same amount for everybody, that does not close the racial wealth gap. Because as you can see, Black Americans are still at the bottom. Even though I gave them $10,000, just like I gave $10,000 to Asian Americans, white Americans, and Hispanic Americans. But Black American families are still going to be at the bottom. Does everybody understand why this is an issue? So we are not to say you can't do any type of universal policies. I support them. But when Kamala Harris talks about this disproportion between different groups in the United States based on race because everyone did not get an equal footing, she's right about that. But she's not trying to close the racial wealth gap. So in short, Kamala Harris may agree that there should be some type of repair, but Kamala Harris does not agree with implementing cash reparations for descendants of slavery in this country. There is no way that Black families, will say descendant of slavery, there's no way that they are going to catch up to white families or Asian families just because you gave everybody $10,000. And this, this had to grow on me. I had to grow up and learn. Because when Bernie was running, I said, yeah, give everybody health care and everybody should be all the same. And, I had to educate myself about this. When you do the math, you will see it's not equitable. So it's not enough to have equality. You also need equity. This is what people like Kamala Harris don't want to acknowledge. This is what Bernie Sanders didn't want to acknowledge. They don't want to lift up Black people enough to put us on the same level as white people economically. That's what it is, God damn it. And they don't want to do it because they're afraid they're going to get pushback from their white base. Kamala knows this. Let's keep it real. And she is not a descendant of slavery. However, she has no problem wanting to do something for other groups. You see, because here's Kamala Harris at an AIPAC event. Listen to this.
Our defense relationship is critical to both nations, which is why I support the United States' commitment to provide Israel with $38 billion in military assistance over the next decade. Our defense relationship is critical to both nations, which is why I support the United States' commitment to provide Israel with $38 billion in military assistance over the next decade.
So, and this isn't the only thing. Do you think Kamala Harris would get up on stage? You think Kamala Harris in an interview would say that Holocaust survivors should give their reparations back? Where was that same push to let's lift up everybody when Japanese Americans that were part of the internment camps received cash reparations, but descendants of slaves? Where was that same push? Where were all those same people that's like, let's just give it to everybody? Where was that? Where was it, people? Tell me, let me know. Huh? Let me know. And this is one of the problems that I have with politicians like her. And it's not just her. Richie Torres is the same way. All of these politicians that may look like Black Americans, but are actually not, they get out there and they will push harder for another group. But when it comes to Black Americans, it's all of a sudden we can't really do anything, nothing that's just for them. But you can do it for other groups. She's not the only one. Like I said before, Richie Torres, you add him to that equation too, damn it. James Clyburn, I support HB 140. That bill doesn't give out cash reparations to descendants of slavery. You come ask him about reparations and he yells at you and snaps in your damn face. But if you come to him and you say, would you support giving some extra support for Holocaust survivors? He smiles and says, no problem. People need to talk about this. And you can point to this as questionable as well. One of the potential VP picks that Kamala Harris is entertaining, Governor Josh Shapiro. This guy supported a bipartisan bill that would block colleges and universities from receiving state funding if they boycott or make divestments from Israel. That's one of the guys she's considering as running mate. Everybody see this? Okay, this is why stop. That all the people who coming up with all this defense for Kamala, stop. Should be no different than Joe Biden with this Israel policy. And that's the other thing. I have noticed quite a number of people all of a sudden that were pro-Palestinian, that were for Palestinian liberation, that were out in the streets calling Joe Genocide Joe. All of a sudden, these people are like, yeah, Kamala, I can get on board with that. That would be so much better. Really? As if Kamala Harris isn't the same cloth. As if Kamala Harris isn't doing what Abby Martin is calling out here. Biden leaves office a disgraced war criminal, but let's make no illusions about where Kamala stands on Israel. Regular AIPAC speaker compared Selma and the U.S. civil rights struggle to her pro-Israel activism, called BDS anti-Semitic, co-sponsored resolution against Obama in support of illegal settlements. Former campaign director says her support for Israel is central to who she is. Hosted White House events promoting Israel's atrocity propaganda about October 7th. Yes, she's been spreading that lie about the Hamas essay. After calling for immediate ceasefire in March, clarified she meant Biden's temporary pause. Biden officials say there's no dispute on policy between Biden and Harris on Gaza. So the young people, we got to have a conversation because there seems to be some type of confusion here. And it is very clear. Some of y'all have done your research on Kamala Harris. This woman's policy when it comes to Israel is no different. She is pro-Israel. She is not in support of this so-called Palestinian liberation that you want to try to achieve and accomplish. And as a matter of fact, when you look at both of them, both Trump and Kamala are AIPAC shills. Both of them. If you support, and this is why I said, if you support Palestinian liberation, you will not get it from them. You won't. Look at the numbers, folks. Kamala Harris has taken over $5 million from AIPAC. That they don't hand out that kind of cash for you to be against Israel. Donald Trump, over $1 million from AIPAC. These people are AIPAC shills. Now, that's one thing that Kamala has in common with Donald Trump. Pro-Israel, AIPAC. And if you think that Kamala Harris is going to sit up here and push back on Netanyahu and not give him something that he wants, you are sadly mistaken. Kamala Harris will have that meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, and I bet you he'll leave this country with some more damn money. So that tells me the American people have not truly woken up like I thought that they had. Because somehow they think that Kamala's different when it comes to Israel, and she's not. One other thing they have in common. Trump and Kamala are also pro-police. So for all of you that oppose the cop cities that are being built, you probably shouldn't be supporting Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Now, I said I just gave you two similarities of Trump and Kamala. If you have more, drop below. Eric said both are tools of the billionaire class. Roger said how much time you got. I don't know if he said anything. Yes. The Steve Mnuchin connection. Both in pocket with big money interests. Both have no intention of extending TRICARE to the rest of the population. Canceling federal contracts with companies who engage in union busting. Neither will raise the minimum wage to a living wage, matching the cost of living and pegging it down to the cost of living. I doubt neither of them would bring down these rents. The Steve Mnuchin one is a big one with Kamala Harris. There was another one from Colin, if I can find it again. Did I pass Colin? He changed his picture. I'm sorry. There it is. No reparations. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. These people aren't as different as you think that they are, especially when it comes to the establishment and the ruling class. Now, you got Tulsi Gabbard out here, and she out here calling out Kamala Harris again, calling out her record. And I got a lot of criticism of Tulsi Gabbard because I think she's just an opportunist herself. It just is what it is. But she's correct about Kamala's record. So here we go again. It's Tulsi and Kamala round two.
The fact that they're touting President Joe Biden making this decision as doing what's best for the country, it's just hypocrisy, given how many of them, as you mentioned, have been saying for days that he should step down as the Democratic nominee. I think the thing here to focus on, Jesse, is all of these different calls and questions come up about what happens next, whether Joe Biden is actually resigns or he doesn't. We just got to remember nothing's going to change. If Kamala Harris is the nominee or some other Democrat is the nominee, nothing else is going to change. Joe Biden has been the figurehead for people behind the scenes who have been calling the shots. The same will happen if Kamala Harris is elected president or other Democrats. The fact is we've got unelected power elite in Washington coming from the military-industrial complex, national security state, working with their friends in the big industrial propaganda media. They all just want to stay in power. So they don't really actually care at all about Joe Biden, no matter how many crocodile tears they shed. They're going to look for the best horse that they think will help them win and back that person.
So the thing is, again, there are things that she said there that's true, but at the same time, that could also be applied to the Republican Party as well. They're all in bed with the billionaire class and the establishment. They're not really running things either. Now we go and flip to some of these polls. This recent Quinnipiac poll, this was released the 22nd, so that was yesterday. We're going to dive down to the young voters. This is what I want people to see. Because this is the one where I was like, oh, snap. And I don't know why their thing is so. Here we go, right here. Is this the one? 18 to 34-year-olds, but I need the one with Harris. Sorry, guys. Okay, here we go. We're getting to the Harris part. Okay. According to the Quinnipiac poll, we're going to look at a couple of polls. This Quinnipiac poll that was posted yesterday, when it comes to the youth vote, 18 to 34, Kamala Harris has 39% and Trump has 58%. That's the Quinnipiac poll. So all these polls have different results. So just FYI. So that was that one, 18 to 34. Now we're going to move forward to the YouGov poll. Now, the YouGov poll says among young voters 18 to 29. So there is an age difference here. The Quinnipiac poll is 18 to 34. This one's 18 to 29. This poll shows Kamala Harris at 58% and Donald Trump at 33% with young voters. So we're going to have to wait to see a couple more polls later on, because like I said, these are two different polls that have very different results. So there's that. But the YouGov poll is showing that she's seeing an increase with the younger people, at least as of today. And then there is this poll. Now, this is by Reuters. Harris leads Trump 44% to 42% in the U.S. presidential race. So this is a new poll that was released today. And so now they're showing that she is beating Donald Trump. I don't want to bring this back up here. Sorry. She's beating Donald Trump by 2 points. Joe Biden was not. So she has moved up in the polls. She's doing better. She's polling better than Joe Biden so far. We will continue to watch the polls. Now, remember, this is the popular vote. This is the national vote. I'm waiting to see the swing state votes, because that is ultimately what determines who wins the election, is who is going to win those swing states. That's what it comes down to. So when those are released, then I'll tell you about those. But right now, Kamala Harris is now beating Donald Trump in the polls. Now, of course, I get it. They didn't poll everybody. I know you guys are going to tell me this. They only poll people certain ages. Totally get that and understand. But I still got to report this. Still got to report this.
That's funny.
So, and sometimes, again, that's not uncommon with a new announcement that has just happened, right? Now, the betting odds on Poly Market, this is interesting. Now, these are betting odds, okay? This is not a poll. The betting odds on Poly Market has Trump at 63% and Kamala Harris at 36%. Now, one thing I do want to remind everyone of, if we want to go back in time, let's all remember the polls said that Hillary Clinton was beating Donald Trump. And I think where a lot of people got lost is that, again, that is the popular vote. That's not the Electoral College vote, which is supposed to follow the popular vote, but whatever. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. You don't really know. So there's all that.
Well, folks, the honeymoon is over. That was really fast. Kamala Harris, I think, just lost the election. And I know that sounds crazy for me to say, but you're going to understand why in a moment. She is being canceled right now by Gen Z, by young people, because of this letter, this statement that she made about the pro-Palestinian protest that was there on the Capitol. Some can, whatever you want to call it, I'm calling it a protest that was against Netanyahu and the war that
I told y'all this before. Now, all the hate that they had for Joe Biden behind the genocide in Gaza, now they're targeting Kamala. And they're vowing, the youngsters, vowing to cancel her. And they're vowing to give her all that energy they was giving Joe Biden. She came out against them and said that their protest was anti-Semitic. That just cranked them up.
That is going on in Israel and the Gaza Strip and the genocide essentially that is happening over there. And young people, as you know, this is a hot button issue for them. This is something that they were canceling Joe Biden for, why many of them were choosing to sit out in the election. Maybe some were going to vote for Trump or third party, but a lot were just going to sit it out and sit on the couch. And any enthusiasm that she gained, you know, by this momentous moment, and she's a woman and Black woman and all of that, it has come to a screeching halt. That whole coconut meme, and they were really trying to make her a thing on social media. Well, she just canceled herself. And so let me read this to you, the statement, and then the comments. The comments are what you need to hear. So you're going to watch this whole video. I'm sorry, I was eating lunch and I got wind of this. And so it's crazy how this came across my desk. It says, statement from Vice President Kamala Harris. Yesterday at Union Station in Washington, D.C., we saw despicable acts of unpatriotic protesters and dangerous hate-fueled rhetoric. I condemn any individuals associated with the brutal terrorist organization Hamas, which has vowed to annihilate the state of Israel and kill Jews. Pro-Hamas graffiti and rhetoric is abhorrent, and we must not tolerate it in our nation. I condemn the burning of the American flag. The flag is a symbol of our highest ideals as a nation and represents the promise of America. It should never be desecrated in that way. I support the right to peacefully protest, but let's be clear, anti-Semitism, hate, and violence of any kind have no place in our nation. So, you know, they're the party of, you know, everybody's included and everybody is part of, you know, the team. They don't really have a backbone to stand on. They're going to say anything to, you know, get whatever group on their side, but you cannot, you know, a house divided cannot stand. And so now with this statement that she made, let's look at the comments, because my God, when I say it's over for her, I mean, it's over, folks. Kamala, ma'am, I'm ready to work to get you elected, but I need you to be as loud with your condemnation of Israel's crimes. Don't fumble this out of the gate. Please, please. Jesus, that's all you had to condemn yesterday? And make no mistake, look at all the likes, right? And the comments, the replies are all like agreeing with these people. One way to kill your momentum. You literally just gave the election to Trump with this one statement. You are toast and entirely tone deaf. Read the room. It's almost like you want Trump to win. Well, there goes all that momentum you were building. You lost me. This is disgusting. But it's not pro-Hamas. It's pro-Palestine. Those are not synonymous. Thank you for your moral clarity and your strong stance against anti-Semitism and hate. This is one of the few ones that I've seen that's positive. Let's see the rest. Wow, thanks for letting us know you oppose anti-genocide protesters and are fully on the side of genocide. Glad we got that cleared up early. Listen, they are not here for the genocide and they are not here for, her conflating Hamas with the children and the people that are actually suffering under this war that have, it's the fact that she conflated those two, the fact that she put this statement out here, it just feels like a complete betrayal and a slap in the face to Gen Z, who had overwhelmingly started to support her after they had turned away from the Democrat Party, turned away from Biden because he's such a warlord, a warmonger. It says, but do you condemn the genocide being carried out by Netanyahu, the war criminal on the Palestinian people? Okay, can you condemn Bibi? The war criminal?
These are voted.
And this is exactly why the uncommitted will not vote for you. This is an absolute disappointment. This is not good for your votes, girl. Read the room. This ain't it, VP. Here's why you will not win the young vote. You fail to point out what was done to the peaceful protesters. You fail to mention how disgusting it is that a war criminal spoke to our elected officials, and you continue to toe the line for AIPAC. You will be no different than those who have come before you in your blind and no limit support for the general regime known as Israel. It is still unclear that people who do not want innocent people unalive does not equal anti-Semitism. Why is it so hard for you and others to understand? Condemn Israel's war crimes. Vice President, I'm reading this note from you. At the same time, I'm looking at the photo of an Israeli settler standing on the heads of two naked and dead Palestinians he murdered in West Bank, while he gives the camera the middle finger. What are you actually talking about right now? I am Jewish, American mother of two. The past 9 months have turned lifelong card-carrying Democrats like myself into single-issue voters for the first time ever. Gaza is it. We are people who care about people. We are people who care about mothers, fathers, and babies. We do not put ridiculous tribalism before our love of humanity. My God, do not F this up. Gaza is it. Stop the gaslighting. I don't know what the watermelon is. Is that like a racial thing? Like eating chicken and watermelon? Child? No. This is not it. You cannot take the majority of good faith protesters calling for human rights and opposing a war criminal and mischaracterize the day by focusing on some graffiti. If you've been to protest, you'll realize there are always a few outlier folks who do something foolish, but it is not the majority of the voices calling for peace and justice. Again, look at the likes, look at the responses. Kamala's administration will just be an extension of Biden's. She brings nothing to the table. What an out of touch statement. If you allow Netanyahu to address Congress while he is committing a genocide and asking for more weapons to finish the job, then your words are of no value. Why aren't you denouncing genocide that you and the Biden administration have actively aided and abetted? We demand a leader who will stand up for all marginalized people. As a former DA, you think you might have heard of Texas v. Johnson. Flag burning is a protected right of free speech, but I know you are only in support of that right when it suits you. You are a shield for AIPAC and a cog in the system. If you actually care for marginalized people, you wouldn't be meeting with a war criminal in private. Grow a backbone. How are these statements always just condemning one side? That's fine, and not condemning the actual genocide that people are there to protest. Then somebody said, well said, future Madam President. This is the second one. Somebody from Black Food Truck Friday said, well said, future Madam President. Not that many likes or replies based on the other ones that we see. Absolutely wild that this is what you are condemning from yesterday. You're going to lose this election if you don't listen to our protest. Just here you go. More of the same, sadly. Stop funding Israel's war crimes, please. And then one person put hearts. OMG, really, shame on you. Stop normalizing a genocide. What happened to a democracy? Where is your humanity? Lord Jesus. And your legacy will be the same as Biden's, complicit in genocide, still a fascist. Thanks for clarifying. More bombs for Israel, more dead kids, more attacks on anti-war protesters, more cop cities. We got it. I will never vote for you. And yet those who commit genocide do have a place in the United States Congress. Jesus. I was actually considering voting for you. Thanks for convincing me to sit this election out. Stop criminalizing the exercise of conscience. Woo. Guys, I can go on and on and on. I mean, they are killing her. And right now, let's see, the total number of comments.
As
Let me go
Israel
back up
committing genocide
on this. And make no mistake, there's TikToks. I may do another video to show the TikToks and other things that people are saying. It's not saying how many comments, but on my phone, it will. So on my phone, it says, let's refresh it. This is crazy. Like, I'm not laughing at the situation at all, guys. I'm not. But it's just funny that, you know, they said it would just be a matter of time before Kamala Harris steps in it. You know, the honeymoon period is going to come to an end. It's not going to last. I just didn't think it'd be this soon. Now, I want to see how they try to clean this up. But this is a statement. This isn't just like her misspeaking. She could say, I misspoke. This is a planned out letter. This is her final statement. Okay, while Netanyahu is addressing Congress and this genocide is going on in Gaza, the war in Israel is going on, and they really started to get excited for her. And look at how she killed all of that momentum, and she's just lost a large swath of the electorate. So right now there's 16,535 comments. I dare say 99.99999% of them are eating her up. And this letter only came out, what, 4 hours ago?
on her own post.
So it hasn't even hit social media as hard as it's going to hit over the next couple of days. But there you have it, guys. I think Kamala has just lost a huge part of the electorate that she had brought in with a fresh face and fresh ideas. And she's going to be Joe Biden 2.0 or Obama 2.0. But this is just the beginning. There's a long time until the election. There's a lot of things that can happen. But I wanted to point this out. She's in real trouble. This isn't something to take lightly, what this statement that she's put out and how she has just completely angered her base with this out of touch statement that it's just, you can't win. Again, you can't serve two masters. And this is what, you know, it seems like she's trying to do. You can't have been in Biden's administration and say and not own or be complicit in any of the things that he has done. Same thing with her with the border crisis. Like, she is the border czar. They've called her the border czar. They try to walk it back now, but the House just voted. Democrats crossed the aisle and voted with Republicans to condemn her as border czar and blame her for the border crisis. This just happened today as well. So this is a tough news cycle for her. We'll see what happens in the next few days. But once you double cross Gen Z, once you double cross these people, they are not coming back. You've lost any opportunity to build goodwill and to bring them back into the fold of the Democratic Party. So with that, guys, I'll leave you with it, and I'll see you.
reason Congress indicted war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu to give a live address to Congress. And the criminals in Congress gave a standing applause to genocide. Isn't it clear now that our country has been completely hijacked? That's the true president of the United States. We have a Congress that only has a 13% approval rating, who invited someone who is hated by his own people and then treated him like a god. This is what authoritarianism looks like. And what did Benjamin Netanyahu spend his time doing? Smearing Americans, engaging in their First Amendment rights, supporting the ICC, who levy war crime charges against him. Never allow these Zionists, capitalist scum to convince you there's something wrong with protesting your government. Benjamin Netanyahu also made it clear that he wants your children to die for Israeli wars. Benjamin Netanyahu said Iran over 50 times. He was trying to sell war. This address was a glorified pro-war rally. This is the same man who advocated for us to go to war with Iraq and said it would lead to peace in the region. Getting older and wiser is essentially realizing that United States foreign policy is Israeli foreign policy. Benjamin Netanyahu even called for a NATO-style pro-genocide alliance that does the bidding of the Zionist entity. Someone arrest this crazy old man. Last night was truly one of the most treasonous events in United States history. Americans need to wake up to the genocidal cult that is running the West.
I mean, that was absolutely disgusting. Every word that came out of that man's mouth was a lie. Did you notice how he presented his speech also? It's like he marches in with a bunch of orders. He says, well, you know, first of all, everything began on October 7th. We are the victims. Israelis are always the victims. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. If you say that Israel killed civilians, if you say that Israel starved civilians, things that you've seen on video, seen with your own eyes, that's Hamas propaganda. We don't kill civilians. We drop text messages. We give them flyers. Come on, give us more bombs. Give us more bombs so we can finish the genocide faster. And then he says, help us fight Iran. Our wars are your wars. We're the good ones. They're evil. And then he says, here's my vision for Gaza. Here's my vision for the Middle East. I want more land by demilitarizing, meaning controlling Gaza. I want you to recognize the Syrian Golan Heights as being Israeli. I want more normalization with Arab traitors like Saudi Arabia. I want you to come and build military bases in the Middle East so you can defend Israel. Basically, do everything that I want. I own you. This man is a lunatic and a liar. Every word that came out of his mouth was a lie. He talks about babies in an attic. What babies? They don't exist. There are 20,000 children missing in Gaza.
Made it all up.
And then he says, how many civilian casualties? Practically none. Practically none. The lowest rate of civilian casualties. Next, he will tell us that 1 + 1 = 3. This man is a lunatic. And he says Israelis are refugees on their own land. What does that make Palestinians then? You're from Poland. You're from Poland? I haven't seen evil like this since the Bush administration. This cheering on of war, the standing ovations. You can literally feel evil in that room. It looks like some satanic blood cult.
Yeah,
these people are literally monsters. They're mass murderers. And that's what they were celebrating, mass murder. You know, I'm glad he did this. What a beautiful final nail in the coffin for the US empire and for Zionist occupation. This is so scandalous. Even Biden and Kamala Harris and Blinken didn't show up because they know that this speech is going to end up in history books. Just like when you see Hitler and his entourage being celebrated at rallies, you think to yourself, what the hell is wrong with these people?
That's a fact.
You know, when Netanyahu said our wars are your wars, he really meant it. And he's taking the Americans down with him. The whole world is looking at this in utter disgust.
Cheering for Hitler.
how humiliating the last month has been for Israel militarily. Just to recap, okay, we've had drones going and picking up God knows how many hours of footage from the most sensitive Israeli sites. So the first drone was from Hezbollah. They went and recorded the port in Haifa. They recorded all the petrochemical storage facilities. So basically, this was a message to the Israelis that we know where all your economic sites are located and we can strike them. If you can't see our surveillance drone, you won't see the attack drone either. Okay, so that was number one. It was Hezbollah telling the Israelis, we can see your economic sites, right? So that was about, I think it was 18th of June, okay? So just over a month ago. Then the second episode, they released the second one. They flew a drone over the Golan Heights. So the Golan Heights are in Syria, okay? Okay, so first of all, this is Haifa. That was episode 1, right? Here. And they flew over a bunch of air bases as well and airstrips. So it was both economic and military. Episode 2, they went up here to the Golan Heights and they filmed Israel's most sensitive spy base, which is located at an altitude of 2,000 meters on top of Jebel el-Sheikh or Mount Hermon, okay? All of this stuff as a message to the Israelis, like we can see your spy bases, your economic, the most important parts of your economy, the air bases, your missile production sites, every single thing, the airstrips. Now they release part 3. It's an RAF airbase, actually. It used to be part of the Royal Air Force in Palestine. This is another 8-minute video. They're just casually filming. The Israelis have no clue. This is also a message to Netanyahu right now while he's in the US. He's like, we can get you and we'll do it even when you're out of the country, take you out by surprise extra, even more. So that's Hezbollah. That's more on the surveillance side, okay? Now Yemen took it to another level, okay? Yemen struck Tel Aviv also with an undetectable drone. And the embarrassing thing is that after they struck Tel Aviv, the Israelis were on high alert, right? And they went and did it again a second time, 6 hours later. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. So do you see how the Israelis, their Iron Dome, I mean, it's completely useless. Forget about that. Now, I'm talking about their radar systems, about their early reconnaissance, their early warning and their reconnaissance systems. All of it has either been shot down or doesn't work. So just imagine if these people are stupid enough to start an actual war with Hezbollah. I mean, they will wipe out the country in 24 hours. And that's not me saying that. That's an Israeli military official saying that. Man, I believe them. I mean, look, we can speculate, but this proves it. This footage shows you the Israelis, they have no clue what's going on. And this was filmed yesterday, by the way, this clip with the Ramat David Air Base, okay? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
But never forget, this is not the humiliation of Israel, because American military have bases in Israel. They have bases in Syria. They have a secret base in the Golan Heights, and they didn't detect that drone.
And it's funny because when the Yemenis struck the USS Eisenhower, which is like, a crown jewel of the United States Navy, they were denying it in the press. Jesus, look, let me just show you. Let me show you. If you type a USS Eisenhower and Yemen,
and they remove my
you'll
video,
come up with a million headlines. Look, they're saying, oh, it's a false claim. See, look, that's the first one. False Houthi claims, right? Houthis say they launched attack. US denies. Disinformation campaign. US denies, right? False claim. So they want to put this idea in your head that it didn't happen. And what is their source? The US Navy. I mean, it doesn't
man.
get more state media than that.
These platforms for these.
You're not supposed to ask the U.S. Navy, you idiot, because the U.S. Navy are going to deny it. Obviously, you know why? Because it's embarrassing. So you have to find out another way. Okay, you have to dig. You have to look. What's going on? Well, the captain of the ship, the captain. What was he doing at the time? He posts a video, an old video, where he's filming the whole deck and posting that, taking that from Instagram, posting it on Twitter. Why would you do that? You would do that to fool people into thinking that the deck is fine when you're actually trying to cover it up. Now, if the Yemenis can hit Tel Aviv 2 times in the same day with an undetectable drone, you really think they can't hit the USS Eisenhower? These people that are writing these articles are trash. They're morons. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't understand the Middle East. They don't understand the weapons that are being used. They are living in the 20th century. They are in denial. They cannot accept that the United States is not a military power anymore. They cannot accept that their carriers are crap. They cannot accept that the Israelis got owned on October 7th. Their defenses didn't work. Their intelligence didn't work. And every single day since then, they've been getting hammered in Gaza. They're getting hammered in the north by Hezbollah. They're getting hammered by the Yemenis. Even economically, just look at the siege the Yemenis have imposed on them. So we're living in a new military and political era. And these dinosaurs are still stuck writing this garbage. How can you write this garbage? It's amazing. It's amazing. I just wanted to drive this point home. We have, in the span of a month, Hezbollah infiltrating the top spy bases that the Israelis have, their top, Air Force and airstrips, their top Air Force and military and naval sites, their economic sites, their military, so their armaments production sites, every single thing, and filming it, not for 1 minute. 10 minutes, that's just what they released. Who knows how much they filmed? So that's tons and tons and tons of intelligence. And they know what every single thing is. They're even pointing it out in the video. They've gathered so much intelligence, it's amazing. And then we've got the Yemenis going and hitting Tel Aviv twice. I mean, the funny thing is, it's reminiscent, for me at least. If you look at the way the Yemenis did this, they didn't just go from, they didn't go in a straight line to Palestine. To Tel Aviv is called Jaffa originally, right? That's what they named the drone after. But you see what the distance is? It's 2,000 kilometers, right? So they didn't go in a straight line. What they did is they went over Sudan, they went over Egypt, okay? I'm just drawing a very rough thing here. I'm just doing it live in front of you. They went like this, and they came in from the west. Because the Israelis, they didn't expect the Yemenis to have such a drone. Number one, biggest mistake, underestimating the enemy or the adversary. And then intelligence mistake, right? They made an intelligence mistake. So they knew that there was an assessment mistake, an analysis mistake. They saw the drone, they claimed they saw the drone, but they didn't know what it was, and they didn't do anything. See, if that's true, if that's true, that further proves the point that this worked, because by coming in from the Mediterranean Sea, from the west, okay, by coming in from this direction instead of coming from the south, the Israelis had no idea that this was going to be a Yemeni drone. They're not looking to the Mediterranean. Why on earth would a Yemeni drone come from the Mediterranean, right? That's why a Yemeni drone came exactly from the Mediterranean, because they're not expecting it. Beautiful. I mean, just the idea of it is just beautiful. And it reminded me of Singapore. It reminded me of Singapore and the Japanese invasion. Okay, you see Singapore down here? So when the Japanese were about to invade, the British army thought that they're going to come from the sea and they're going to come from the south, right? That's the logical thing. Because from here, up here, this is all jungle. You can't go through that easily. You can't bring tanks through that. So they thought. It's hard to march troops through there, so they thought. And it turns out the Japanese the infantry are on bicycles.
And their tanks can go through the jungle. And they did come from the north, and they didn't come from the sea. And they overran Singapore, and it was the biggest humiliation of the British Army in its, I mean, throughout the entire history of the British Army, biggest humiliation. So, you have a similar thing taking place right now, as an analogy, where you have a so-called military power, right, that is undefeatable, that is insurmountable, that is incontestable, suddenly being taken out and blindsided, literally blindsided by a so-called inferior or weaker force. Well, guess what? They're not weaker anymore, are they? If they can do that to you, they can do it any day. It's over. It's over. Really, I'm telling you, man, I've never been more convinced of, the demise of the Zionist occupation and the American occupation more than now. It's crazy. Every metric that you look at, even just, the soft power, where you look at their image internationally, destroyed. Never mind their economy, never mind their military. I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke. They're so screwed. If the media were more honest, you would get a fuller picture. You would get a more complete picture of what's going on. But they're not going to do that because it's too embarrassing, right? They're still trying to hang on to bits and scraps, and it's all downhill from here on for them. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you that. And imagine this is just a taste. It's a little appetizer. This is not even. We haven't even begun. We haven't even begun to serve the meal. All right. There are cooks in the kitchen right now preparing stuff that I don't even know, right? No one knows. It's going to take us all by surprise. The same way that October 7th took us all by surprise. I mean, who the hell thought of paragliders? It's ingenious. It's ingenious. And this is the thing, is that taking people by surprise, I mean, this is the number one asset that you can do in any conflict, in any war, never mind, war of national liberation. And so what's going to happen is that it's not just the new weapons that we're going to see being used. It's also the way that we see conventional weapons being used in that is going to be also new and very novel. The Israelis are afraid of that, especially when it comes to Hezbollah. They don't know what arsenal they have. They're trying to guess and find out the whole time and provoke them into revealing it. But I don't think it's going to work. And I'll tell you also one more thing. The Yemenis produced this drone locally. No one gave it to them. That's even more crazy. I think that's crazier than the fact they hit Tel Aviv, right? So despite all the difficulties, they managed to produce that. Amazing. Need is the mother of invention, right? So we're living in very, very interesting times. Very, very interesting times. Everything, the whole world is shifting right now. I never thought we would see things like this. And as I was saying with Pepe Escobar earlier, to see both the United States and Israel declining at once, well, I mean, I guess it makes sense because they go hand in hand, but nevertheless, it's happening at such a rapid pace. And the fact that Biden is, his brain has melted, and also Netanyahu coming and giving this stupid speech and being as hated as he is, and doing it without any vice president, any secretary of state, without any president behind him or with him. I mean, it's so emblematic of where Israel is headed. Just isolation and decline. That's where it's all going. Incredible, really.
Russian aerospace. Russian aerospace forces and Chinese PLA Air Force conducted their first joint air patrol on Wednesday, putting the United States on alert. Tu-95MS Strategic Missile Carrying Aviation Group and Xi'an H-6K strategic bombers conducted air patrols over Chukchi Sea, Bering Sea waters near Russian Far East and Alaska, and Northern Pacific Ocean, the Russian Defense Ministry said on Thursday. A video accompanying the statement showed the aircraft taking off at night, flying in formation and landing during the day. During the flights, the Russian and Chinese crews discussed issues of cooperation during all stages of the air patrol in the new joint action area. Air cover by fighter jets was provided by Russian Aerospace Forces Su-30SM and Su-35S aircraft. During the epic patrol, the aircraft of both U.S. adversaries strictly adhered to the provisions of international law, and there were no violations of foreign airspace. Moscow said that the flight, which lasted more than 5 hours, did not violate the airspace of any country, but noted that the flight was accompanied by foreign fighter jets at various stages of the route. Meanwhile, the North American Aerospace Defense Command of the United States and Canada said on Wednesday evening that its fighter jets intercepted 2 Russian and 2 Chinese bombers in international airspace near Alaska. According to a U.S. Defense Department official, citing an unnamed U.S. defense official, it was reported that US F-16 and F-35 fighter jets along with Canadian CF-18 fighter jets carried out the interception. After completing the joint air patrol, all aircraft returned to the base airfield. The patrol was carried out as part of the implementation of the 2024 Military Cooperation Plan and was not directed at any third country.
Bullshit, they flexing.
Intelligence officer and the most famous weapons inspector in the history of the world. I was just listening to his podcast last night, and I'm glad he is reciprocating tonight with us here on the Mother of All Talk Show. Scott, welcome back. Let me start with what I heard you say last night on Ask the Inspector, and it's quite eerie, really. You predicted that we will be in nuclear war in 2026. The chief of the British General Staff gives us 6 months more left to live. He says it'll be the middle of 2027.
Now, those bombers we just seen in the video, Russian, Chinese, were nuclear capable bombers. They were practicing bombing the U.S. That's what the news is not going to tell y'all. That's exactly what those bombers were practicing.
Have we really quietly sleepwalked into this situation?
Unfortunately, I think we have. First of all, when the British Chief of General Staff speaks, he's talking about conventional confrontation, and that's part of the calculation. Somehow, the United States and NATO have gotten into their thick skulls that embracing a policy that seeks the strategic defeat of Russia in Ukraine is a harmless policy, that there's no consequences for their actions, without reflecting on the fact that Russia's nuclear posture, which dictates the conditions under which Russia can use nuclear weapons, stipulates that if there is a conventional threat to the existential survival of Russia, that Russia will use nuclear weapons to eliminate this threat. We in the West say we can't have victory in Ukraine until we return Russia to its 1991 borders. There's a modification of that says, we'll accept the 2022 borders. The 1991 borders means that Russia gives up Crimea, gives up Kherson, Zaporizhia, Lugansk, and Donetsk. These are all territories of the Russian Federation today. To lose one or more of these territories is, by definition, an existential threat to the security of Russia. To lose Crimea by itself is an existential threat. So all the people that post this and postulate this and say this is what we want, you are literally by definition creating the conditions for the release of Russian nuclear weapons just by your own actions. Now, and so this is part of the lowering of the threshold for the release of nuclear weapons that's taking place both in the West and another one. Jan Stoltenberg says, we're going to take 24 of these 100 B-61 bombs we have sprinkled around Europe, and we're going to put them on operational standby. That means they're not sitting in a nuclear weapons locker under key, and decisions have to be made to pull it out, to activate them, et cetera. No, they're going to be ready to rock and roll, ready to be put underneath an F-35A or an F-16 that belongs to one of any number of nations. It used to be just 5, but now the NATO nuclear deterrence people are saying anybody that has an F-35, including Poland, by the way, when they get them, or an F-16, can now opt into being a nation capable of delivering nuclear weapons. This means that every time one of these aircraft take off from a NATO airfield, Russia has to assume they carry a nuclear weapon. And of course, if it's the F-35, it carries it in weapons bays underneath, so you can't physically tell. Let's say that 3 of these take off and now come screaming towards the Belarus border or the border with Ukraine or in the Baltics in some sort of, manly demonstration of force to Russia. Russia has to assume that they're carrying nuclear weapons. And the closer they get, the closer to the threshold of Russia's own hair-trigger nuclear response we get. And we haven't even talked about the fact that in 2026, the United States and Germany have reached an agreement for the reintroduction of intermediate range missiles back onto European soil. That weapons that I got rid of. This is why it's a little personal to me, George. I know I'm getting a little hot under the collar and a little angry here, but I was part of the process, the people, the team that got rid of what was then the greatest threat, not only to European security, but global security. Because here's the other thing I'm going to tell your European audience. There's no such thing as limited nuclear warfare, none whatsoever, especially when it comes to the potential of NATO American weapons being used against Russia. A nuclear weapon used against Russia on Russian soil is the equivalent of Russia firing nuclear weapons at the United States. Russia will respond with the totality of its nuclear arsenal, destroying everything in Europe and everything in the United States it can't possibly reach. And now we're talking about putting back these weapons that have the potential of carrying nuclear weapons or warheads. The ground-launched cruise missile has a nuclear warhead that's in storage right now. Right now, we don't keep it on the weapon because of the caps provided by the Strategic Nuclear Force, the New START Treaty. That expires February 4th, 2026. After that point, the cap is gone. We will bring all these warheads out. The ground-launched cruise missiles will have nuclear warheads. And now Russia's looking at a situation where when you talk about protocols, you know that briefcase that people carry around, they think it's the red button that the president pushes or the Russian president. There's no red button in it. That's not what happens. There's a series of protocols. And when it's opened up, the president will be presented with laminated pieces of paper with a protocol on who he talks to, how what coordination has to be done to get the weapons ready to launch and to be launched. There's also these little aluminum cookies you launch, you read the codes, but we don't need to get into that. The protocol is the important thing here because the protocols are built on a presumption that the president will have between 15 and 30 minutes. The Russian protocols are similar, 15 to 30 minutes to make a decision. When you introduce intermediate nuclear weapons into Europe, especially hypersonic Dark Eagle weapons, the Russians now have 6 minutes. There ain't no protocol for 6-minute coordination. The only option Russian has at that point in time is to hit the button and launch everything, or preempt, which is another thing Russia's looking at. We have created the conditions where Russian nuclear doctrine is going to be triggered. We have lowered the threshold for the use of these weapons, and we're doing everything humanly possible to front load scenarios that put Russia on the defensive, where Russia either has to preempt with their own nuclear weapons of what they deem to be an imminent nuclear weapon attack by the United States, or have a hair trigger response if they detect something coming their way, and they will fire everything in response. When I look at this, and I knowing human beings as I have, and knowing the history, I mean, people understand we've come very close in the past to having accidents that lead to nuclear exchange. I'm not confident that we're competent enough to ride through this period of time. In fact, I believe just the opposite. I believe that people don't believe that Russia has a nuclear doctrine that is real. They view it as a bluff. They view it as a fake, and they're willing to push the boundaries in hopes that Russia folds like a house of cards. Now, Russia won't fold, and if we continue in this direction without interruption, I personally believe that the summer of 2026 may be the last summer any of us enjoy on this planet. And I'm not saying that I hope it scares people, but I'm not throwing that irresponsibly. As you said, I've been doing this for a while. This is something that I know an awful lot about. I know the mindset, I know the policies, I know the procedures. And when I put it all together, we don't have the checks and balances in place to prevent a nuclear war. If we allow things to go forward unchecked as they are now, the summer of 2026 is going to be a very, very dangerous period of
time. In the past, some of what you're saying, much of it actually, was a widely shared set of anxieties, fears, and motivations. I was one of those. You may have been on the other side. I was one of those highly active in the movement against the sighting of the cruise and Pershing missiles in Britain, in Europe, in the 1980s. Millions of us in total marched against these deployments, and fear of nuclear war was palpable and everywhere, and often in the media, often amongst the political class, the subject of discussion and debate. Why I used the word sleepwalking earlier is that we're having this conversation, and we have between us a small number of millions of viewers, but the billions outside are neither being told by the mass media or by the political class that any of this is of any importance to them or anything they should worry their pretty little heads about. And that's the really worrying thing, isn't it?
100%. It frightens me, because normally you'd like to believe that rational thinking humans, people with a modicum of sanity would step in and do the right thing, as you did. I applaud you. I mean, look, in the 1980s, while you were doing that, I was a Marine who was wrapped up in the flag and, drinking Ronald Reagan's Kool-Aid. And, I'm always somebody who respects people's rights. And indeed, I took an oath to defend the Constitution that gives people the right to demonstrate. And even though I don't agree with what you were doing was brilliant act of citizenship, a required act of citizenship, because what you did, and this is the point I want to make, what you did put in place the political impetus that led to the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty. What you did and others did, millions of others did back then, is put a marker on the table that had political viability, that resonated politically, that said, we will not tolerate this. And so the forces that be had to take that into consideration, and in the pause that exists between your act of absolute brilliant citizenship and the signing of the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty in December of 1987 by Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev, the people who make these decisions reflected on the danger that these weapons produced, and they agreed, we need to get rid of them. And we did get rid of them. One of the finest moments of my life was the 2 years I spent actively participating in the implementation of that treaty in its earliest stages. So we need that today, but where are the people? Where are the people? People believe today, I mean, right now in America, we have an election coming up. If nuclear weapons, if preventing nuclear war is not on the agenda, if we're not compelling the candidates to talk about what their plan is for peace, for preventing nuclear war, for promoting arms control, then whoever is in the office won't be able to do anything between 2026. We have to start the moment that person gets sworn in. And so I'm glad you brought up the fact, we do have, between the two of us, millions of followers, of viewers. Not all of them agree with us. I know in my case, a lot of them just follow to snipe at me and attack me. That's okay. I'm glad I provide entertainment. But there are many others who do. We're going to be doing something here in the United States on September 28th to use alternative media, to use the podcasts like ours who reach out to millions of Americans to see if we can get enough Americans to commit their vote, not to a person or a party, but to an issue, preventing nuclear war. And if we get enough committed votes in the swing states, let's say, because Michigan is going to go 10,000 votes one way or the other. If I can get 50,000 commitments, we're now politically viable in Michigan. And now we have between September 28th and November to force these people, if you want to win Michigan, put this on the table. That's our equivalent of what you did. What we need also is Germany to wake up. We need the German farmers to realize that the beautiful German dirt that they grow the harvest that feeds Germany and Europe is about to be contaminated forever with nuclear radiation, that Germany will become a nuclear battleground. And that's it. Germany can't host these weapons. We need the German people to rise up in the streets, as you did back in the day, back in the 80s, and say, no, we will not accept these weapons. We need the German people and the American people to come together to prevent this, prevent the deployment of the intermediate nuclear forces back into Europe. And we need the British people, we need all of Europe to rise up and say, stop the insanity. Why statements can be made by senior British military officers that lead only to the inevitability of conflict. Russia is not seeking a broader war with Europe. That is absolutely certain. But if Europe postures as if Russia is and acts on that, Europe creates a threat that Russia has no choice but to respond to. That means, again, we lower the threshold for the use of nuclear weapons, we heighten the tension, and the outcome is inevitable. So we need to reawaken that spirit of citizenship, not just national citizenship, but global citizenship, global responsibility for the world we live in. What you acted on back in the 1980s, we need to reawaken that, and we need all the help we can get.
Scott, there's so much else to discuss. If I may pivot, leave it, and I'd so much like to ask you, but we don't have time, how Joe Biden could be the man with these protocols, how we could be confident that a man in his mental state could be entrusted with those protocols, but he's gone. There was a coup in Washington. If it was happening in the Kremlin, as has happened before with Khrushchev, I heard you discuss it last night on your show, which was brilliant, by the way, it would be described as a coup in the Kremlin. But it was a coup in the White House, wasn't it?
100%. I did an interview with a Russian, and normally when I talk to Russian journalists or Russian leaders, officials, I want to learn about Russia and bring it back to a Western audience as part of my ongoing effort to eliminate Russophobia by empowering people with knowledge. But given what's happening in America, I wanted to get the Russian perspective. And he said something fascinating to me that it's in my mind. It's bothered me tremendously because I'm an American that maybe has rose-colored glasses. I'm critical of my country, but I like to believe that my country is inherently healthy, that America's okay, that if we just get on the right track, we're going to do all right. And he said, when we look at America today, what we see is the Soviet Union in the final stages of perestroika, when the collapse was happening, the end of the Soviet Union, a dysfunctional society, a society in disarray. And I went, really? You see that in America? He went, sure, why not? You just had a coup. Duh. I mean, think about it. We had a coup. The Democratic Party has inserted somebody, selected somebody who could very well be the president of the United States, who has foregone any of the normal participatory election, prerequisites. Kamala Harris didn't survive a primary back in 2020. She dropped out early on because nobody supported her. She was selected to be vice president. She wrote on a ticket that wasn't so much about Biden-Harris, but about anti-Trump. For the last 3+ years, she's done nothing. She's a horrible vice president, no good reputation. She couldn't have survived the primary. If Biden had done what he was supposed to do, one-term president, turning the baton over to the next generation named Kamala Harris, if she had gone through a primary challenge, she wouldn't have made it. She wouldn't have passed the initial Democratic benchmark, to qualify. She'd be done. So they avoided that. Biden came in, won the primary, came in, and now they've pushed him aside, inserted her. It's a coup, a literal coup. Coups don't have to be violent. This is a soft coup happening in America today. We are a society in disarray. We are a society in decline. And the reason why I can say that wholeheartedly is no one's talking about it. Everybody's acting as if this is the mainstream media is in they're in a love fest right now. Oh, she's the greatest thing. Don't they understand that this is we're supposed to be a constitutional republic where we select the people who represent us, who manage the republic through the democratic processes of representational elections. You know, that the will of the people is manifest here, and they've eliminated the will of the people, and the mainstream media is celebrating it, and the people are silent. We are a nation in collapse. And if we don't figure out how to reverse this, the United States will probably go the way of the Soviet Union.
Professor Niall Ferguson, an unlikely source to be quoted by me, he's written quite a powerful piece on that very subject, Scott. If you haven't read it, I commend it to you. Now, you say there was no violence. We don't know what they did to Joe to get him to sign that paper, if he signed it. We'll maybe check for bruises if he does appear later this evening. But there was extreme violence in Pennsylvania a week before. And as we're talking about a coup, that too looks and smells like a coup to me. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's possibly a duck. When I study, as I've been able to these last few days, the chronology and the rest of what happened or almost happened to Donald Trump, he was a whisker away, the wisp of a blonde wig hair away from that bullet exploding the back of his head. And imagine the situation we would have been in now if that whisker had gone the other way. The head of the Secret Service has now resigned, possibly to avoid being questioned still further. You know, the most powerful country in the world's got a coup going on in the White House and a coup going on against the main challenger for the presidency in just 100 days from now. I mean, how worried should we be?
I'm scared to death because the chronology that you have studied doesn't point to an accident. It doesn't point to, honest mistakes. It points to something far more nefarious, collusion amongst agencies directed by higher authority that had created a condition inside America, a political condition that viewed the target as an existential threat to American democracy worthy of being eliminated. Not just worthy of, but by definition, if you're an existential threat, it must be eliminated. Donald Trump must be eliminated, cannot be allowed to be president, because if he becomes president, it's the end of America. That's what President Biden was saying. That's what senior members of the Senate and the Congress, that's what the mainstream media was saying. Jake Tapper, who moderated the June 27th debate, called Donald Trump the equivalent of Adolf Hitler. So we have a system where Trump has been set up as a target. Biden actually said, put a target on him. I know he says it was in a different context, but hey, if you're somebody listening out there who's been told this is the modern day equivalent of Adolf Hitler, and the president says, put a target on him, what does that mean? I think it means put a target on him. And then you have this patsy, this kid with no training, suddenly flying a drone, doing professional level reconnaissance of 3 encrypted phones, manages to get a rifle up on the roof, bear crawling up the only approach that shields him from the counter sniper teams, and gets off 8 shots, 3 of which should have killed the president of the former president of the United States. It's a miracle. I'm not religious, but I mean, I may be after this, because there is literally no other configuration of his head that could have existed without taking off his head. It was a successful kill shot. It was just the last minute inadvertent twitch that saved him. How did this happen? The emergency services unit, not from the Secret Service, but from local cops, got pulled from the one spot that could have stopped this. They were pulled from that, leaving it unguarded while he crawled up, while everybody's screaming, there's the shooter, there's the shooter. This just sounds too much like that scene from the Tom Hanks movie, The Road to Perdition, where the mafia assassin is given permission to take out a target, and he walks through the hotel, and all the bodyguards just stand aside as he walks up and kills the guy. This kid was given a clean route straight to the president and took the shots that should have killed the president. This team that's protecting him, that's amateur hour up there. The length of time it took them to get around the president, to get him off the stage, the fact that they didn't get him off the stage prior to this, the moment somebody spotted this kid up there, they should have taken the president off the stage. He should never have gotten on the stage. This doesn't happen by accident. Somebody at a very senior level wanted Donald Trump dead. That's my assessment. And you have to treat it this way, given the current political situation. So, and again, they keep showing these aren't the guys that took the shot. These guys didn't fire a single shot. In fact, when the shots were fired, they recoil, the other guy withdraws, they're not engaged. It was another sniper team that took the killing shot. Again, a lack of professionalism. I mean, that's just not how it's done, man. So yeah, I'm of the firm belief that Donald Trump was targeted by federal officials to be assassinated that day. And somebody has to prove this wrong. We're at the stage
even
right
as
now
you say that, Scott, even as you say that, it is remarkable how normalized that has become. I mean, with one bound, they were free from all of that by the simple bound of putting Kamala Harris on the stage and bopping and laughing. They wiped that subject from the mass media. And now they may not be wearing navy blue uniforms and gray uniforms, but this is civil war we're describing here. When the government tries to kill the putative president and indeed a past president, the immediate past president, when the government tries to kill the main contender for the presidency and almost succeeds, and when the failing seems to precipitate the overthrow in a coup inside the White House of the sitting president, this is a kind of 21st century civil war, is it not?
it is. People talk about hybrid warfare. They accuse Russia. Russia's waging hybrid warfare, which means they're seeking to achieve strategic objectives without high intensity direct combat. This is a hybrid coup, hybrid civil war. Rather than having blue and gray lined up against each other, shooting at one another, this is the danger. I mean, people have poo-pooed the idea of the deep state. They poo-pooed the idea of the establishment. I have friends who promote, the professional class of unelected bureaucrats who dominate policy making and policy implementation in Washington, D.C. But they are the greatest threat to American democracy today because they're the ones that made this happen. They're the ones who carried out the coup against Biden. They're the ones who facilitated the assassination attempt against Donald Trump. They are the kingmakers, the literal kingmakers. They are the power brokers. They are the secret power behind the power. And if we're not calling that out, if we still want to pretend, look, George, I'm new to this because I was somebody 6 months ago who still wrapped myself in the flag and believed in American democracy and believed in the power of the people. And if we just woke up and did our job, we could fix this thing. The establishment, this entrenched bureaucracy, is a threat. And I saw that firsthand 2 years ago when I went to a intermediate nuclear forces reunion. And we had an arms control official come up and we asked the question, why didn't Joe Biden act on his promise to change nuclear posture to a sole use doctrine, meaning the sole purpose of nuclear weapons is to retaliate against a nuclear attack instead of this current preemptive policy. And the response was because the interagency wasn't ready. When you're the president of the United States, the chief executive, there's no such thing as the interagency not being ready. They either become ready or you fire them. The point being made there, and maybe that's not the point that this person wanted to make, is that the president's not in charge of American policy, that there's this unelected blob in Washington, D.C. that's calling the shots about everything from nuclear war on down. And they're the ones who removed Joe Biden from power, and they're the ones who tried to kill Donald Trump.
Wow. I wish I could talk to you all night, Scott. We must make arrangements for that perhaps quite soon. It will be good to take a whole hour talking with you. You are quite simply spellbinding in the grasp of detail.
La República Popular China ha venido llevando progreso, beneficios, desarrollo a los pueblos que fueron colonizados, y ahora las potencias agrupadas en la OTAN tienen ya una guerra. Las potencias que han sido colonialistas y neocolonialistas, dígase los Estados Unidos, dígase Europa, esos no han dejado de ser colonialistas, siguen siendo neocolonialistas, no han dejado de ser criminales, siguen siendo criminales, siguen siendo asesinos.
Western governments have invested a lot of resources in trying to convince the world that China and Russia are evil. NATO held its summit in Washington in July, and Western governments jointly declared that Russia and China are their main adversaries. The US government has dedicated hundreds of millions of dollars funding media outlets in order to counter China and also Russia. And this is just the public information we know about. There's also all of the covert activities that the US has engaged in, spreading disinformation to try to demonize China and Russia. However, despite the fact that the US does have a lot of soft power in the world and does control a lot of media outlets and uses movies and Hollywood to portray itself positively, despite all of that, the US is increasingly unpopular in the global South, and a poll recently by a US polling firm found that on the African continent, China has overtaken the US. China is now more popular than the US. The same thing is happening in Asia. The US claims that China is supposedly a threat to its neighbors in Asia, but that's not what the evidence shows. A think tank in Singapore published a study in April that asked people all across Southeast Asia how they felt about the global powers. One of the questions they asked was if ASEAN, that is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, were forced to align itself with one of the strategic rivals, China or the US, which should it choose? And a majority of people said China. In some countries, like Indonesia, 73% said they prefer China. In Malaysia, 75% said they would prefer aligning with China. So clearly, in many parts of the global South, people do not see China and Russia the same way that they're portrayed in the West. And in fact, in some countries, China and Russia are seen very positively. And this is also the case in Latin America, a region of the world that the US has treated as its colonial so-called backyard for centuries, since the 1823 Monroe Doctrine, in which the United States essentially claimed that Latin America is our colonial sphere of influence. And the US has invaded and militarily occupied the majority of countries in Latin America. The CIA has backed coups that have overthrown democratically elected left-wing governments all across Latin America and installed brutal, violent, right-wing military dictatorships from the southern tip of South America all the way up to Central America and even Mexico. And in the Central American nation of Nicaragua, which has a revolutionary government led by the Sandinista Front, President Daniel Ortega has praised China and Russia for providing countries in the global south with an alternative to Western imperialism. According to the Nicaraguan president, China has helped Nicaragua and other countries develop and lift themselves out of poverty, providing them economic opportunities, unlike the Western imperialist countries that have invaded and militarily occupied and attacked countries in the global south. Here are some comments that President Ortega made on the 19th of July, honoring the 45th anniversary of the Sandinista Revolution.
La República Popular China ha venido llevando progreso, beneficios, desarrollo a los pueblos que fueron colonizados y que luego se fueron independizando, pero que quedaron sometidos bajo la bota de los intereses de las potencias que los habían colonizado. Y la gente en la pobreza, la gente en la miseria, la gente pasando hambre, la gente en el analfabetismo, la mortalidad infantil en África, en Asia. La República Popular China ha venido desarrollando una política de llevar beneficios a los países en vías de desarrollo sin poner condición alguna. Y ahora las potencias agrupadas en la OTAN tienen ya una guerra que está en su fase de preparar a su propio pueblo para lo que ellos llaman una amenaza, que Rusia y China son una amenaza. Luego están los BRIC y está la India y dicen que son una amenaza. Es decir, todo lo que es encuentro de naciones, de países, donde se respeta la soberanía y donde se logran acuerdos para lograr mejores condiciones para sus pueblos, eso lo ven como una amenaza, porque los imperialistas están acostumbrados a ocupar por la fuerza y luego dominar y asesinar.
Now, one of the common talking points used by Western governments to try to demonize China is they claim that Beijing supposedly traps poor countries in the global south in debt. They refer to this as the supposed Chinese debt trap. But this has been debunked even by mainstream scholars in the US, like Professor Deborah Browdingham at the elite Johns Hopkins University. She published research and an article even in the establishment mouthpiece, The Atlantic magazine, the voice of NATO. She published an article titled, quote, "The Chinese Debt Trap is a Myth. The narrative wrongly portrays both Beijing and the developing countries it deals with." In fact, many formerly colonized countries are trapped in a Wall Street debt trap, not a Chinese debt trap. According to data from the United Nations, 62% of the external debt of developing countries is owed to private creditors, that is, vulture funds on Wall Street, international sovereign bond investors, foreign banks. And in some regions of the world, like Latin America, 74%, roughly 3/4 of their foreign debt is owed to private creditors, foreign investors. And again, they're largely on Wall Street or the City of London. An economist from Kenya explained in an article that, quote, "China is neither laying a debt trap nor building a lot of fossil fuel projects in Africa. Rather, China has been relatively generous with debt relief and in developing Africa's renewable energy capabilities." He explained that Africa's debt has been mostly funded by a growing pool of private creditors, not China. So that is, again, foreign investors, especially on Wall Street. He noted that in the past 20 years, African governments have replaced low-cost, long-term multilateral debt with higher-cost private funds. And his chart shows that only a small percentage of Africa's overall debt is owed to China. Again, according to the data from the UN, 44% of Africa's external debt is owed to private creditors. Only 23% is owed to bilateral creditors. And China only represents a portion of that 23%. So a small minority of Africa's debt is owed to China. And in fact, China has often been very willing to renegotiate debt and even forgive debt. In 2022, China forgave 23 loans for 17 African countries. And these loans were used to build infrastructure. Whereas, Western governments, US-dominated financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, and investors on Wall Street, they lend money to poor countries in the global south. And where does that money go? In many cases, we don't know where that money goes. It's often used to fuel corruption. Whereas in the case of African loans, it's being used for very specific infrastructure projects. We know where the money went. It was used to try to grow the economy, to develop the country, not simply for corruption, which a lot of Western private lending goes to fund. So it's very easy to explain why China is now more popular than the US in Africa, because China was a formerly colonized country. It was partially colonized during the Opium Wars, and the Western governments, the colonial powers, invaded China multiple times. They colonized parts of China. The UK colonized Hong Kong. The Portuguese Empire colonized Macau. They stole China's natural resources and imposed unequal treaties on China. And China has lifted itself out of poverty after its socialist revolution. And today, China is working with other countries in the global south in what it refers to as win-win cooperation to help develop them and develop itself so they can both lift their people out of poverty. And this is why it is often said by African officials that every time a Chinese official visits Africa, they get a bridge, they get a road, they get a hospital. Whereas every time a Western government official visits Africa, they get a lecture. Countries in the global south are tired of being lectured by the colonial powers, by the rich imperialist countries who colonized them and who stole their natural resources in order to become rich. So this explains why Nicaragua's president, Daniel Ortega, said that China has been a great friend of Latin America, helping the region to develop. China has also been pursuing peace, while the US constantly pushes for war around the world. In fact, this July, China helped to broker a historic agreement between the various Palestinian factions to create a government of national unity after, for decades, the US and Israel have been trying to divide the Palestinian people, pursuing the age-old colonial tactic of divide and conquer. And in 2023, China also helped to broker an agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, another historic peace agreement after the US had been pressuring Saudi Arabia for many years to wage a proxy war against Iran to destabilize not only Iran's government, but to destabilize the entire region of West Asia, or the so-called Middle East. So more and more, we see that China and other countries in the global south are forming a political bloc to resist the meddling and aggression of the Western imperialist countries. And Russia is also part of this bloc. On the anniversary of the Sandinista Revolution on the 19th of July, some of the countries that were invited to honor the anniversary of the revolution were Algeria, Belarus, Burkina Faso, China, Cuba, Honduras, Iran, Palestine, Russia, South Africa, Venezuela, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe. These countries represent a kind of global axis of resistance opposing Western imperialism and neocolonialism. And in the speeches that they gave at this anniversary, they condemned Western imperialism and neocolonialism. They used those words. They say that our enemy is Western imperialism. And there is also, of course, a lot of overlap with the BRICS bloc. And Nicaragua has applied to join BRICS, along with many other countries in Latin America, including, for instance, Venezuela and Bolivia, who have applied, or in Asia or in Africa. Many countries have applied to join BRICS. These countries are also part of a bloc at the UN, which is called the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations. And together, they have been trying to defend international law against the Western attempt to replace international law with the so-called rules-based international order. And furthermore, they have been opposing Western attempts to invade their countries, meddle in their countries, overthrow their governments, impose illegal unilateral sanctions, and other neocolonial policies. Nicaragua is a good example of this. The US has invaded Nicaragua 3 times, and the US installed a brutal right-wing dictatorship run by the military dictator Somoza and his son. It was a family dictatorship, a dynasty run by the Somozas. And in 1979, the revolutionary socialist Sandinista Front overthrew this US-backed puppet dictatorship and created a new independent sovereign government. And immediately after, the CIA-backed contra-extremist far-right paramilitary groups that used extreme violence and terror to try to overthrow the popular Sandinista government. And in his speech on the anniversary of the Sandinista Revolution, President Ortega, who is the leader of the Sandinista Revolution, he explained how after the Nicaraguan people overthrew a US puppet dictatorship, the former Soviet Union and Russia today have been some of Nicaragua's greatest friends in helping the country to defend its sovereignty against US neocolonialism. President Ortega explained that the Sandinistas have been dedicated to trying to lift their people out of poverty, providing well-being, work, schools, hospitals, roads, housing, transportation. He noted that one of the first things that the Sandinistas did is they launched their war on illiteracy, fighting illiteracy and providing education to people in rural areas. He noted that another thing that they did was agrarian reform, land reform, providing land to the peasants, to small farmers, because they never had land, because the land was controlled by a bunch of rich capitalists who were descendants of the Spanish colonialists. President Ortega noted that immediately after the triumph of the Sandinista Revolution, the government immediately started building schools and hospitals, and they started building a hydroelectric plant. And he noted that after the victory of the revolution, there were specialists and engineers that came from a nation. And he said, quote, immediately after the triumph of the revolution, they gave a hand to Nicaragua, the Soviet Union. He said the USSR was one of the greatest friends of Nicaragua. The Soviets sent tractors and machines for agriculture and construction. He said not only Russia, but also Belarus, for instance. They provided machines for building roads. And he said that they sent experts to do scientific studies in order to create a hydroelectric plant. But what happened? He said, then came the barbarism. And what was the barbarism? It was the United States. The US empire represents barbarism. He said the imperialists organized a war against the revolution, overseen by US President Ronald Reagan, who created manuals teaching the Contras, these far-right extremist death squads, teaching them how to terrorize the population, to destroy civilian infrastructure, to burn down schools and hospitals. And 50,000 Nicaraguans lost their lives in this U.S. terror war against Nicaragua. He said the U.S. launched this war. They killed teachers. They killed doctors and nurses. They destroyed public hospitals. They destroyed schools. They also destroyed the machines and the equipments and teams that had been provided by Russia and Belarus, by the former Soviet Union, that were working to build schools and hospitals. The CIA-backed death squads put dynamite on the machines, the technology that had been provided by the Soviet Union, to blow it up, to destroy it. And by the way, these are not just the accusations of Nicaragua's President Ortega. The International Court of Justice, the top UN legal authority at The Hague, in 1986 ruled that the US government did all of this. They said that the CIA carried out these acts of war, these terror attacks on the Nicaraguan people, putting mines in Nicaragua's civilian ports, blowing up infrastructure, bridges, and roads. And The Hague ruled that the US government owes the people of Nicaragua reparations for carrying out these horrific crimes. And what was Washington's response? It completely rejected the ruling, and still today, the US refuses to give the people of Nicaragua the billions of dollars in reparations that it legally owes. In fact, this was admitted even by a former leader of the CIA-backed Contras in a 1986 article published in the New York Times titled, quote, "Terror is the most effective weapon of Nicaragua's Contras." This op-ed was written by Edgar Chamorro, who is from one of the most powerful right-wing rich oligarch families in Nicaragua. This family has had 6 presidents in the history of Nicaragua. They were the longtime collaborators with U.S. imperialism. They are the U.S. imperial puppets in Nicaragua. Still today, they've been trying to destabilize the country. Well, in this letter to the editor, he explained how he had previously been one of the members of the directorate of the so-called Democratic Forces of Nicaragua, which were a CIA-backed Contra group. And Contra is Spanish, by the way. It's short for Contrarrevolucionario, which literally means counter-revolutionary. That's what they called themselves proudly. They said, we are counter-revolutionaries. So this oligarch, this former Nicaraguan oligarch living in Florida, he published this article in the New York Times. It was a mea culpa, admitting his crimes. And he admitted that they used systematic terror tactics. He said, quote, "The Contras were and are a proxy army controlled by the U.S. government." He said, quote, "If U.S. support were terminated, they would not only be incapable of conducting any military activities against the Sandinistas, but would also immediately begin to disintegrate. I resigned rather than continue as a CIA puppet." So this is a former leader of the Contras saying, yeah, we are CIA puppets. He said furthermore, quote, "It was premeditated policy to terrorize civilian non-combatants to prevent them from cooperating with the Sandinista government. Hundreds of civilian," I'm not going to say these words here because this will be censored in the algorithm, but horrific crimes that were committed against civilians in Nicaragua. You can find the article, the worst crimes you can imagine. He said these crimes were committed in pursuit of this policy, of which Contra leaders and their CIA superiors were well aware. He said, quote, "The Contra military force is directed and controlled by officers of Somoza's National Guard." That is the U.S. puppet dictatorship. The National Guard of Somoza was created by the U.S. military after they were forced out. They were forced to end their colonial occupation of Nicaragua by the revolutionary leftist nationalist general Augusto Sandino, who inspired the Sandinista Front. So this U.S. puppet dictator was forced out in 1979, and then his former officials tried to reconstitute the right-wing dictatorship on behalf of the CIA. A U.S. congressional study found that 46 of 48 of the positions in the Contras military leadership were held by former guardsmen of the Somoza regime. And this former oligarch, this right-wing oligarch from the Nicaraguan regime, from the Chamorro dynasty, he admitted that the Sandinistas have made enormous advances in education, housing, and healthcare. He said, unfortunately, quote, the Contras burned down schools, homes, and health centers as fast as the Sandinistas build them. He said, quote, the Sandinistas must be credited with generating an atmosphere of genuine equality for the first time in Nicaragua's history. The Contras, on the other hand, quote, who were my colleagues, they talked mostly of recovering their lost wealth and privileged status. This is what a former Contra leader wrote in the New York Times in 1985, 1986. So this is what the US and the Western imperial powers represent for Nicaragua, for Latin America, for the people of the global South. They represent war. They represent colonialism. They represent exploitation. They represent slavery. And as President Ortega said, China and the former Soviet Union and Russia today have instead helped countries in the global South resist Western imperialism and neocolonialism and try to develop and lift themselves out of poverty. In his speech on the anniversary of the Sandinista Revolution, President Ortega said, quote, the Soviet Union, led by Russia, did not come here in order to take the riches of Nicaragua. Rather, it came here to give a hand to the Nicaraguan people so that we could develop, so that we could prosper. He said, the difference between the powers that have been colonialists and neocolonialists, like the United States, like Europe, they have not stopped being colonialists. They continue being neocolonialists. They have not stopped being criminals.
La Unión Soviética, encabezada lógicamente por Rusia, no venía a instalarse aquí para llevarse las riquezas de Nicaragua, sino que venía aquí a darle la mano al pueblo nicaragüense para que pudiera desarrollarse, pudiera crecer. Esa es la gran diferencia entre las potencias que han sido colonialistas y neocolonialistas, dígase los Estados Unidos, dígase Europa. Esos no han dejado de ser colonialistas, siguen siendo neocolonialistas, no han dejado de ser criminales, siguen siendo criminales, siguen siendo asesinos.
Those are the kinds of quotes that you're never going to see in the Western corporate media, because instead, Western governments have invested huge sums of money and pressured journalists in the supposedly free media who get rewarded if they regurgitate the government line and they lose their job if they don't. They have invested so much energy in trying to convince the world that China and Russia are evil boogeymen. But in reality, if you listen to the speeches of leaders in Latin America, in Africa, in parts of Asia, you can see that they are in alliance with China and Russia, not in this kind of condescending father-son relationship. They're not being told what to do by China and Russia, but China and Russia are part of a bloc of global South nations that are trying to develop an alternative to Western hegemony and neocolonialism. They are trying to create new economic alliances, new financial institutions through things like BRICS and the New Development Bank. They're trying to create new security organizations like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And they're trying to create a multipolar world that is truly a democratic world, not a global dictatorship run by the West, in which the Western colonial powers that tried to colonize almost the entire world try to continue controlling the world today as their neo-colonial spheres of influence. We're living in a different era, and countries like Nicaragua the revolutionary Sandinista government, are at the vanguard of this struggle against imperialism. On that note, I'm going.
Well, the U.S. is moving quickly towards war with Iran and Russia, and we will need to ask right now, who the hell is actually running the United States of America right now? Which deep state actors are pulling the strings? Is President Biden running the country? Do you guys think President Biden is running the country? Is Kamala Harris running the country? Who is exactly? We should all be demanding answers to this. We'll come back to that part of the story in a second. But first, yesterday, the real president of the United States, Benjamin Netanyahu, came to Washington, gave his annual State of the Union address, addressed a joint session of Congress. The real reason, of course, he came to town wasn't about getting more U.S. money or more U.S. weapons, although that's something he did talk about. No. The real reason was to make a case for the U.S. to go to war with Iran. According to private meetings he was having with members of Congress, it wasn't about U.S. weapons and money. It was about going to war with Iran. And he also wanted to make sure that we are on the same page in their plans to attack Iran. And also to create a new version of NATO in the Middle East known as the Abraham Alliance, sort of a play on the Abraham Accords, his new name for it, the Abraham Alliance in the Middle East. Listen.
In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization.
So it's all about Iran. 94% of all members of Congress, of course, take money from Netanyahu and Israel and the Israeli lobby. So they are totally owned by Israel. Therefore, all of the massive applause yesterday, there was even like hooting and hollering that was taking place on the floor of the Senate yesterday. Journalist Richard Medhurst had an immediate response to this. Watch.
And then he says, help us fight Iran. Our wars are your wars. We're the good ones. They're evil. And then he says, here's my vision for Gaza. Here's my vision for the Middle East. I want more land by demilitarizing, meaning controlling Gaza. I want you to recognize the Syrian Golan Heights as being Israeli. I want more normalization with Arab traitors like Saudi Arabia. I want you to come and build military bases in the Middle East so you can defend Israel. Basically, do everything that I want. I own you.
Yeah,
I mean, this is exactly what Scott Horton warned about in his book, Enough Already, about how the United States wages war all the way across the Middle East and uses Israel as a land-based aircraft carrier. He is laying that out. This is what peacemongers like us have been warning about, is Israel is saying, we'll be your aircraft carrier, dude. Come on over here because we're on board with waging war with all of these people.
Yeah. And, of course, the mainstream media is totally in the tank for this. CNN absolutely wants a war with Iran. Remember, that's how they made their money. CNN made gallons of money from the war in Iraq. They absolutely want a war in Iran. So does all of the corporate media. They want a war. They want a massive war because that means ratings for them. We absolutely do not want a war here on this channel. And immediately all over cable news yesterday, social media Republicans lined up to support this message of war with Iran. They're all reading from the same Netanyahu script. Watch, here is Byron Daniels.
There is a key decision that needs to be made in politics today. Are you going to stand with Israel or are you going to stand with the Iranian regime that has promoted Hamas and Hezbollah into causing terror attacks on the nation of Israel? It's that simple.
When they say it's that simple and they present it to you as a binary, know that you're seeing somebody lying to you in order to sell you war. I mean, we get this with Putin. It's Putin or nothing. Putin takes over the world or nothing. Like, no, we can see through this now. We are not stupid.
Yes. Our audience is not stupid. You guys understand that this is all propaganda and this is being used. And then, by the way, if you criticize this, then you're an anti-Semite, which you know by you guys.
We're going to get to that at the end of the show.
You guys are smart. You guys know better than that. Yeah. You literally have to be mentally retarded to think that at this point. You know better than that. That's propaganda. That's the language they use to try to keep you in support of a war. The fawning praise continued with Senator Dan Sullivan. This is funny.
Just walked out of the incredible speech by the Prime Minister of Israel, one of the most powerful speeches I've seen in a joint session of Congress. He laid out the stakes that this is an axis of evil with regard to Iran, an axis of chaos, and it's literally barbarism versus civilization. That's what's at stake. Iran is the agent of chaos throughout the Middle East. Iran is our declared enemy, as the Prime Minister mentioned and reminded us Americans, and Israel is in the Middle East fighting the fight against Iran. I hope that this speech will give President Biden and the Vice President the courage to drop their appeasement policies against Iran.
Somebody gong him, please. We need to have the gong at the ready for that.
And privately this week, Netanyahu's meeting with the war pigs in both parties to get ready for this war. Tucker, of course, warned us about this months ago.
We seem to be heading to war with Iran. Certainly the Biden administration is pushing us in that direction. What's new and interesting
stop talking about it and do it. Go to war with Iran.
Republicans, the opposition party, are pushing back. Instead, some of the party's leaders are encouraging it. Here, for example, is Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina from last weekend on NBC.
You said this week that the only way to keep the war from escalating is to hold Iran accountable, part of what you're talking about now, and that it might mean bombing their oil refineries. Yeah. Have you had any discussions with the Biden administration about this?
A bit. Here's my message. If Hezbollah, which is a proxy of Iran, launches a massive attack on Israel, I will consider that a threat to the state of Israel, existential in nature. I will introduce a resolution in the United States Senate to allow military action by the United States in conjunction with Israel to knock Iran out of the oil business. Iran, if you escalate this war, we're coming for you.
Are you effectively poised to declare war on Iran? That's very strong language.
I am poised to use military force to destroy the source of funding for Hamas and Hezbollah.
No, that's Lindsey Graham. A few others in the Republican Party will be that open about their intentions, but very few disagree with him.
Okay, Hezbollah was created after Israel attacked Libya. So, Lebanon. So Hezbollah exists in order to tamp down the Israeli threat to other Arabic states. So that it makes no sense what he's saying. Like Hezbollah wants to escalate. They exist because of the oppression of Israel. So he's just saying words he thinks that we will find scary because they're associated with sort of Arabic sounding groups, I think.
Well, I think a lot of these guys, they speak.
Was the escalation he was talking about, was that, I don't remember when that came up, but was that before or after Israel had fired a missile and killed a diplomat in Iran? Because that sounds like escalation.
I think what he said was before.
That was before. Yeah, that was before. So make no mistake, we're barreling towards war with Iran, and Russia will not sit by and watch Iran attack. They will enter a world war to prevent that from happening. Colonel Douglas McGregor just issued this stark warning this morning.
Americans, Mr. Netanyahu will visit Washington, D.C. this week. He will no doubt elaborate in private on his strategy for wider war in the Middle East. His plans should be taken seriously by every American citizen. At this moment, the war in Gaza has already destroyed or disrupted millions of lives. Precise numbers are hard to confirm, but hundreds of thousands of Palestinians and increasingly Israelis have been internally displaced, wounded, or killed. These aren't just numbers. They are shattered families and ruined lives. And yet, there are policymakers in Washington contemplating war with Iran. I ask you, if the human cost of the war in Gaza, a localized conflict, is this high, how much higher will the cost of a war with Iran be? For decades, we've lurched from one costly conflict to another: Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Somalia, and Ukraine. The price? Tens of trillions and tens of thousands of American lives. But who pays this price? Not the policymakers or defense contractors who profit from these wars. It's the children of farmers, truckers, nurses, and plumbers who fight, suffer, and die.
In other words, don't fall for it. The deep state is actively trying to push us to war with Iran right now. But as Colonel Mack points out, average Americans would be devastated by Netanyahu's plan to attack Iran.
A war with Iran would devastate our economy. Imagine the Straits of Hormuz, a narrow sea highway between Iran and Arab countries, closed. Every day, 1/5 of the world's oil travels through this passage. If war shuts it down, gas prices would skyrocket, affecting everything from your daily commute to the cost of groceries. We're already feeling the punch from Houthi disruptions in the Red Sea. Now picture that problem multiplied many times over. A full-scale war with Iran wouldn't just be an inconvenience. It would trigger an economic crisis that would hit every American family hard.
And that, my friends, is the point. As Brooke in the chat asks, she says, I guess I don't understand enough about it. Why such hate against Israel? I didn't say anything hateful towards Israel. What I'm simply pointing out is that the United States government and the United States Americans should not be involved in a war in the Middle East. That all you need to do is read multiple books on it. Read John Mearsheimer's great book on the Israel lobby and understand that there is zero benefit to the Americans, to the American economy and to Americans for supporting a massive war in the Middle East. It will destroy us. That is all we're saying. And I have many friends that live in Tel Aviv, and they are actively dislike Benjamin Netanyahu. So this idea that there's this sort of monolith that everyone in Israel loves Benjamin Netanyahu is
or hates Arabs and want a war with
ridiculous.
Every surrounding country. Absolutely, the people of Israel do not want that.
That's why there's been tens of thousands of people protesting in the streets against this, against Netanyahu. They want a ceasefire and they want their hostages released, and Netanyahu will not do as such because that would mean he would lose a grip on power.
And recall that Israel has mandatory military service. You have to serve if you are an Israeli citizen. So that means that every family in Israel would be dragged into this bloody and dangerous war. And what Israel's trying to do is sell us a template so that we go along with them. So then what we talked about yesterday, this mandatory draft would come to our shores too. So it wouldn't be like the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan, where really only the working class suffered the death that in the United States. No, it would be for all of us.
And I want to point out too, it's like we're sending money, our hard-earned money. Every dollar in the U.S. is our dollars, right? We're sending money to a country that has a surplus. It's the equivalent of like a homeless man seeing Bill Gates walk down the street and giving him money. He doesn't need it. They don't need our money.
Right. No, they don't. They have a surplus and they have a space agency.
But they get to give it back to Congress, don't you see? That's the beauty of it, is we send them the money and then they turn around and give it back to Congress.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically a money laundering scheme.
Money laundering. Yeah, it's a great money.
Politicians.
Well, just like Ukraine has been a money laundering scheme, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's funny that Americans can stand. We're allowed to protest the war in Ukraine. We absolutely don't want American money and American dollars and American soldiers going into Ukraine to fight a fruitless war.
Oh, no, Clayton, we're allowed to do it now. Recall that this channel was penalized for criticizing the war in Ukraine when it broke out in 2022. Only because of some passage of time are we allowed to criticize that war.
So who's actually running the government? Well, that's a good question. Last night, President Biden delivered his speech supporting Kamala Harris, but he didn't give a reason as to why he was dropping out. We all know it's because he has dementia. He won't say it, though, and he didn't say it last night, though Karine Jean-Pierre told us it has nothing to do with his health, and he would explain it last night. So who's really in control? Listen.
Said that it's in the country's best interest for him to step aside. Why is it in the country's best interest for him to step aside? Does it have to do with his health, or
it does not have to do? They have nothing to do with his health. Again, the president's going to speak to this directly to the American people tonight in prime time. I know many of you all will be watching it. There's specials going on tonight. He will, I promise you, he will speak to this directly to all of you tonight. But in his letter, he talked about the country, he talked about the party, he talked about the moment that we're in right now. It is not about his health. I can say no, that's not the reason, but hear him out tonight.
And the president denied for.
Yeah, but he didn't. So she lied. Once again, he didn't mention anything as to why he was stepping down. It had nothing to do with his health. Why then? We still don't have an answer to that. We really don't. So who's actually running the country? This question came up yesterday during the grilling of Chris Wray, the FBI director. And Matt Gaetz asked this very interesting question. He wasn't mean about it. But who's really running things? You have briefings with the president all the time. Who's running the show over there? And if we're barreling towards war with Iran, who's calling the shots? Who in the deep state is running things?
I take you at your word when you say this is the most complicated threat environment you've ever observed over a long career in law enforcement. And I'm just kind of wondering, with this assassination attempt, with the invasion at our border, with all the Hamas that have been let in that you've talked about and briefed about, like, is Biden up to it? And if he's not up to it, and you're a guy who's been regularly briefing him, like, who's been in on this conspiracy to hide the real Joe Biden from all of us for years? It never occurred to you that this guy wasn't up to it in all these briefings you did?
As I said, my briefings with the president have all been completely fine.
Were they between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.?
He's asked questions. There hasn't been anything of note in the area that you're talking about.
Yeah, did you ever have to brief him before 10 a.m. or after 4 p.m.? We hear those are as good hours.
I certainly times that I have briefed have included outside those hours.
Right. Okay. I just, I think the American people want to know how we got to this point with someone who's so diminished his own party has basically put him out to pasture. And since you had close proximity and the vice president had close proximity, I'm just kind of wondering if you were being straight with all of us about how things were going with him. I guess we'll have to figure that out.
You can count on me to be straight with you, sir.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Cool figure. Follow me.